excuse me, group of Miss Cosep, naay ni-join sa kuan sa kaning Zoom meeting nato nga narapod sa area. Pwede mo out na lang usa para dili mo feedback. Kay wala gamute, naka-mute mo guys. Di mo madungog. Sir Yorf, excuse me. Madungog ra ba sila, sir? Or dili?
Dili
Sa
gyud
ko
ma'am.
nga end, dili na ko si Miss
Dili.
Cosap, please check your audio. Dili ko mo na mo madungog.
Kuan, ang online selling may ilang group ma'am no?
Oo, sir.
Murag dili
Dili
muted ilang
madungog.
status pero di sila madungog murag sa kuan dagoy ni. Kining sa setting dagoy ni nila ni ma'am.
Murag, sir. Sa ilang kuan. Mo proceed na lang usa abit na sa pikas.
Kung ready na mo
While
ma'am, pwede na putag mo una
sila.
dito. Ah,
Oo.
mintas ga-fix
Miss
pa sila
Cosap,
sa audio.
balik na lang ta sa inyo ha. Unahon na lang sa namo tong kuan katong pikas nga group.
Sige.
Well, kaya pa man while fixing the problem so that we could proceed also with the IT, okay? May I ask the group of Rosel to present their proposed study?
Yes, Miss. Good afternoon.
Okay. Guys, i-modulate ra gamay inyo voice kay hinay ra pod dili kay madungog.
Okay, Miss. Kani Miss kanang kusog ra ina ni.
Kana. Yes, kana. Mas
Yes.
better.
Dagway.
And then sige na for slides. Okay.
Makita ra bang slides?
Yes,
Makita-
Rosel, but have it in slideshow nga kuan. Oo, pero yung slideshow, wala yun. Okay, thank you.
Okay na, Miss. Ay, sila. Introduction sa. Dahil sa ako. Saan pagpagamay? Ha?
Okay na, miss. Sige, miss. Let's start.
Sige, go. Hilom na mo. Next, 1, 2, 3, go. Good afternoon, everyone, to the panelists. Good afternoon sa mga classmates and good afternoon, Miss Helen. Okay, so our proposed title of the study is NORSO BSc Registrar Appointment Management System. Introduction. Xiao et al. 2018 developed an online appointment scheduling algorithm in the West China Hospital, which is typical Class A tertiary hospital in China, aiming to achieve a scientific and reasonable appointment scheduling system. The algorithm is based on an offline nonlinear integer programming model, which considers multi-resources allocation, the time window constraints imposed by short-lived radiopharmaceuticals, and the stochastic nature of the patient request when scheduling patients. The researchers would like to propose a system where students can book an appointment online and choose the right date and time according to their preference, availability of staff, and slots. With the help of this system and the internet, we can help ease the work and lives of people, saving time, money, and effort by giving a hassle-free appointment system. Statement of the problem. The researchers will create an online system which organizes the management of data schedules. This study will function as a cloud-based system of inquiry for time and date schedule and logbook occurrence data inside the system. This will allow appointees of NORSO BSc to manage their arrival and service time variability. In line with these, the researchers have determined the following parameters to consider. 1. The efficiency of the system. Under that is the memory consumed and repeated time run of the system. Number 2, the accuracy of the system intended for security. And under that is the internet connectivity and the exact execution of the command. Hypothesis. The NORSO Registrar Appointment Management System will be a web-based system. The system will also be cloud-based, hence anyone with an internet connection can access it. The complexity of the proposed system to provide a much easier, faster, and effective setting of appointments in NORSO BSc Registrar online will be pushed through, and therefore the services of appointment management will be conducted effectively and efficiently. The fact that setting of appointment schedule will be online and the information needed from the appointee for the possible scheduling of appointment will be viewed only by the administrator and does away with the security issues. The user or appointee will be required to enter their credentials. Therefore, in case of any problem, the person involved will be easily tracked down. Scope and limitation. The user will be asked to provide personal information such as their name, address, age, phone number, and email address. Following that, the user can choose their preferred appointment time and date depending on the availability. The suggested system will automatically produce a reference number that will also serve as confirmation after they make an appointment. The monitoring module will provide a system overview of the information given by the users. The administrator is the only person who is permitted to access and alter information of this module. All past and current reservations are displayed in the activity module. In addition, this will create a report and shows which month has the most reservations. Administrators can modify, update, and add new offerings to their files under file maintenance.
So now we will continue to our theoretical framework. So in our study, we have three theoretical study that we get. First is the Pareto principle or 20/80 rule. Then second is the Little's law, and third is the Internet of Things. So in our conceptual framework, we have the input, appointee personal data, then go to the process, Pareto principle, algorithm, Little's law, Internet of Things. Output is our NORSO BSc Register Appointments System. Next. So some methodology, this chapter represent the methodologies that will be used in NORSO BSc Register Appointment Management System. In our system, we need to determine the efficiency and accuracy through the parameters given. After the system undergoes the efficiency and accuracy test, it will be analyzed and interpreted using the statistical tools and treatment. So our research design, NORSO BSc Registrar Appointment Management System is a web-based management system to schedule various types of appointments and HTML and also PHP as a programming language that we used. It would efficiently schedule appointments and determine the availability of date and time slots suitable for all appointees and appointers which are necessary for the schedule to be initiated. So here is our research, the research environment. So the local of this study is in Negros Oriental State University, Bayawan, Santa Catalina, which is located in National Road, Bayawan City, Negros Oriental. The campus is considered to be the largest in terms of land area as it encompasses 2 local government units, the city of Bayawan and the municipality of Santa Catalina. Next, Mark. So the research respondent, the researchers consider the 4th year computer science students of the Negros Oriental State University Bayon Santa Catalina campus as the respondent, comprising of 27 members, female 21 and male 6, 3 instructors and office of the college registrar. They were the chosen respondents because they are the students that are most accessible and easy to reach in this time of pandemic. So they answer the questionnaire that the researcher gave them, which supplies the information the researchers need. In addition, they are one of the future users of this system. So, research instrument in this study, the researcher will be using questionnaires through Google Form to gather the data needed for the respondent's profile. The draft of the Google Form inside will consist of 10 questions by multiple choice and additional comments. Google Form will be used for the following reasons. First, to be able to lessen the cost of data collection, less pressure for immediate response, and easier to reach out the respondents without having to have face-to-face interaction. So, some methods and data collection. The researchers conducted a Google Form survey intended for the whole section of computer science. 4th year students with 28 individuals. We have 3 instructors and office of the registrar. After they distributed the link for the Google Form, the collected data were interpreted and the result shows the importance and benefits of implementing the system, and the suggestions will be applied to the functional requirements of the system. So here we have our statistical tools. Since the study present a hypothesis, the developer will use correlation in testing the hypothesis. The researcher will choose the positive correlation for this study. Correlation coefficient used in these statistics to measure how long a relationship is between 2 variables. So we can obtain the formula for R by substituting estimates of the variances based on a sample into the formula. So the formula for R is presented below, as you can see. So data treatment. This section will discuss how the result will be interpreted. The correlation coefficient ranges from -1 to 1. A value of -1 means there is a strong negative correlation, and a value of 1 means that there is a strong positive correlation. 0 means that there is no correlation, or there is this is also called a zero order correlation. Next. Okay na? So that's all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, proponents. At this point, may I please ask our chair for his comments, Sir Franco Picocoy.
Okay. Good afternoon, Rosel, Michelle, Chiri, Anna Marie, John Mark, and Matthew. Nasa naman tanan, no? So with the panel, especially in this is computer science, we try to establish no ng the difference between the IT and the ComSci, and we'll try to figure out, or we will figure out, we will try to adjust the proposals na nga mo fit sa computer science. Okay. This is registrar's appointment system. First, what is the problem that you see why you come up with a proposal? Unsa ang problem nga i-address ani?
Actually, like, mao ni amo ang mabantayan, sir, no, within the campus, like, dira sa registered nga area jud, labi nagnaay mga kinahanglanon kuhaon nga sa credentials din ha sa registrar. There is no official like appointment system, like anyone can just go there and make an inquire para appointment, and there is no assurance manggod nga makiter sila kay in case nga wala ang taga-register or wala ang kanang head jud sa register, and usahay pod like magka tapukanay tanan, and it's very chaotic siya usahay, sir, sa register. So mo na ang problem mo ang gikuan.
Why man nagtapok dito?
Kay kuan, sir, maghulat sa ilang appointments niya. So daghan kaayo. Kaya walay sure og kinsa mo'y unahon. So adto ra gud sila tanan didto maghulat.
So it is just your assumption. Did you inquire, did you ask the registrar if what's the cause of the problem nga magtapok dito?
Wala actually, sir, pero mao ra jud among nabantayan na observe.
Yeah, so do you think nga this will solve that problem?
Yes, sir.
Because actually dili man pod often or not every time magtapok dito. Siguro na reason lang anong nagtapok. No? And if we do so, if we try to make it a thesis, a capstone, we will hit the root or the cause of the problem. No, dili lang kay ang about the appointment. So it would be good if you ask the registrar what's the problem in the registrar, then based on that maka-formulate mo of what are the solutions nga you can formulate. No, okay, that's just based on your observation. Dapat i-verify siya kay honestly there is bigger problem in the registrar. So muna ato ang i-address. Dili lang kay ang ang appointment. Siguro nagka-appointment. So what if na siya online enrollment system or online request sa iyang sa mga TOR. So na clearly clearly inquire the registrar on this. Okay, for your statement of the problem, may memory consume. So you will be developing a system, analytics na po ni siya. May memory consume, repeated time run of the system. Because honestly, no, if it is just an appointment system, dili ko siya complex para sa para to be considered as for research or for thesis. Kaya pwede raman na mo request sila din schedule. They can even request using Google form. No? So if the problem is just an appointment, because there are bigger problems to be addressed in the registrar. So mas may katatong i-address, not on this ang appointment system. Kay gamay ra siya impact appointment naman. Well, in fact, the registrar is doing an appointment karon, di ba? So you request, then you will be scheduled kanos akwaon ang document. They're doing that, no? So may I pass no to the other panel members para from there we can adjust no. So that's my observation on your proposal no. The problem is not existing actually or really. So it's just based on your assumptions, and you have no prior inquiry from the registrar. Because if you claim it's an appointment, the registrar is now doing an appointment system or scheduling. Sige, Miss Ellen, may I forward or pass the time to the other members.
Okay, sir, thank you. Sir Jess, would you like to add something?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
To
sir.
the group 4 for appointments, appointment management system. There also be as a registrar's appointment system. No? So in addition to Sir Franco, on your study na medyo narrow lang siya. So I guess you need to add some features siguro. You know, you have to go deeper with the problem, and then we have to address the the very problem if your target is the registrar. So it's not only about appointment system, maybe part of that would be appointment system, but you're going to go deeper. What is really the problem that the registrar nor CBSE is experiencing? Then that is you are going to address, and then you have to incorporate some algorithm that would be applied to solve a specific problem. Actually, I have already having some suggestions on the statement of the problem, only that since we need to have a more marabag padakkuan na to gamay ang scope sa inyong study, then I will reserve my comments on the statement of the problem for your study. Okay? So, for now, maura sana ang akong input. If you can make some suggestions on the scope of your study para ato siyang ma-finalize. Ma'am Helen?
Thank you, Sir Jess. Sir Romney, is there something you would like to add?
Ma'am Helen, same with Sir Franco and Sir Kuan Jesus. Parehas lang yung Kuan thought.
Thank you. Sir Yerfo.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and to my colleagues in the College of Arts and Sciences. And so, ano po yung mga clarification no, sa inyong statistical treatment? Because based sa inyong statement of the problem, statement of the problem, ang one kay the efficiency of the system, and second is the accuracy of the system. And also, ang yung hypothesis lang po is the NORSO-BASE registrar appointment system will be a web-based system, and the system will also be cloud-based, hence anyone with an internet connection can access it. I think kuan man ni siya, kining there is no need to create any more this hypothesis because usually based akong nabalaan kaning mga hypothesis, I don't know lang sa IT o sa ComSci nga mga thesis, ang hypothesis it is kuan man siya, guess nimo na siya sa katong imuhang statement of the problem nga question nga for example abi if mag-need ka significant relationship or significant difference nga mga question nga statement of the problem, so the hypothesis is there is no significant difference or there is no significant relationship. But for this one, kining number yung hypothesis rin nga state, I don't think that this is really necessary to be written here. And also if ever manggaling appeal yun nga hypothesis, then dili po ni siya mao ang inyuhang kuan gyud ang inyong statistical treatment, because the statistical treatment that you have indicated here is kuan kining masayog ko kining correlation coefficient. So the correlation coefficient is kuan man na siya, kana man na siyang mo-measure if naay correlation ang duha ka variable, either positive correlation or negative correlation. But based on your statement of the problem, there is no such question that needed to be answered by kuan kanang question nga naa ba sila relationship or wala. So wala may variables ito nga gi-mention or question sa number sa inyong statement of the problem that there is a need to correlate to variables. So if wala na siya nga question nga mag-need of correlation, then dili siya need nga isulat diri. Ang inyong gibutang actually diri is ang hypothesis, i-check ninyo ani, but ang hypothesis ato dili man to kinahanglan og statistical treatment to yung hypothesis, and in fact I don't think nga kinahanglan gani siya isulat. So therefore dili ni siya, but katong mga accuracy og efficiency gagamit gyud og statistical tool, but katong mga simple nga statistical tools actually katong pareha sa una nga mga study po sa CSIT, katong mean, median or weighted mean, frequency count, ning ana raman to. So kuan kay ra nang dili ra siya need. So usbon ni siya ang statistical tools will be changed na ni siya into katurog yung statistical tools nga magamit. And then just like what Mr. Abikibel said earlier, kuan man ni siya kanang wala man imo nangutana ani sa registrar if need nila ni nga system. Because if dili nila ni nga system, then eventually bisag mahuman na to ni nga study, then it means dili ra pud siya magamit. So wala siya kuan unya kanang pulos lang for the compliance ra siya nga purposes. So hopefully basog magamit, no, basog makapangutana mo sa registrar kung ganid ba sila ani, because based po sa kuan ron system sa registrar, ang ilahang appointment ana kay since wala may face to face nga transaction is through email. So ang appointment nila is kung kinsay una naka-email, then of course mo po una nga ma-schedulean nga transaction. Mura ni ako nga comment, Ma'am Helen. Sir Koy. Think na si Sir
Okay, sir,
Albina.
thank you. Nana si Sir Al, sir.
O nakasulod naman si Sir Al, ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon,
Good
sir.
afternoon, sir.
Valid tong kuan comments ni Sir Franco o Sir Sumadia on the scope of the study being too narrow for this academic project. So I think the best thing we can do now is for you to think of another project perhaps related to this or a scope that is wider than the one originally proposed, and the panel members would be glad to assess on the appropriateness of the problem and then the scope as well. So do you have a topic in mind?
Sir, kanang instead nga like mag-focus siya sa system unta, sir, like ang amo ang planon la unta, sir, kay bale ang algorithm among i-focus na lang unta ani, sir, like ang paggama sa kung unsang algorithm ang mas unsa ni mas paspas or mas efficient sa paggama og scheduling system. Inana lang unta, sir. Ang bali ang algorithm na ang amo ang i-focus.
Sir Jess?
Okay, yes, sir. So if ever you will focus on algorithm, so in order to test the efficiency of the algorithm, you should have to implement at least two. Meaning, for this appointment system alone, you are going to use or you are going to utilize two algorithms, which will be compared and will be measured according to your statement of the problem, memory consume and runtime of the system. Is that your point?
In Morag Inana po, sir.
Oh. So still, you are going to develop an appointment system. The features are the same, only that it matters on the algorithm that you are going to apply. So
Yes,
you're going
sir.
to identify two. You're going to identify two algorithms with the same process, and then you have to compare the efficiency and the effectiveness of the algorithm being implemented. So you're going to measure that by this statement of the problem, memory consumed and runtime of the system.
Yes,
Okay na
sir.
siya?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am Helen, could that be possible?
Hello, Sir Jess. Good afternoon.
Ma'am.
It's possible, but ang akong question, sir, is, would it be possible sa ilang end? Sa ilang capacity, guys ba? Provided that you are going to create two different types of algorithm to answer one particular problem.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, to be honest, to everyone, we are contacting a person nga who knows ani nga koan, ani nga may background gani kay kanang koan kanang dili wala man jud sa mo jud actually jud sir ang mo koan kanang programmers jud, so we are kanang asking for kanang help.
Okay. So your take, Sir Kokoy?
So based on the statements na it's not the proposal no actually the what's the highlight for these proposals are that the students really don't know how to do it. So the challenge now is, aside from the proposal, the challenge is in the faculty no, of the CSIT. Why it come to this? No, asa ta na kuan. But since proposal na ni inani na ni din balik sa algorithm, it's okay, mas maayo pa may algorithm, and that makes it computer science. Now, balik to sa basic nga requirement na to gani, the proposal is kuan lang siya no, gamay og impact. So katong about we will not pursue with appointment system. No, that's why we are recommending you inquire the registrar to para ma-figure out na to what are the bigger problems or what are the root problems in the register that we can address. Na dili lang appointment system. Kay lisod no appointment system din ibutahan na tog algorithm. Anong kinahanglan man jag algorithm? Pwede ra man mo siya kinsay pinakauna ni request, so first come first serve. So there's no need for an algorithm. Mo gamit ang algorithm if it is complex, no? If it is complex. So we will try to make it complex na by finding out what are the bigger problems in the registrar, no? Naaro na dia, then from there mo formulate sa ato ang solusyon nga i-propose sa ila.
Okay. Sige, Sir Coy, thank you. Sir, what if mo focus na lang ni ilang study, sir, sa kuan algorithm in kaning creating a queuing system? Not they will not necessarily pick up or pick out a specific nga office or institution, but they will mainly focus on the process of creating a queuing system. So meaning to say, if ang algorithm nilang magama nga asang mas better, kato mo'y pwede magamit if mo gama kag queuing system.
Yes, pwede na siya. Yeah, pwede na siya. They just have to justify in their proposal. No? Okay, we will try to
para
connect
dili na lang
the
sila
dots.
one specific officer, no? Kay kung one sila specific na office, so they have to justify the need of that office for a particular nga system.
Yeah,
Pero
pwede man gyud.
if we are going to focus on the creation mismo sa type sa system, dili na nila kailangan i-justify ang offices.
Yeah, pwede ra gud bisag naray even ang existing algorithm then sila i-add, i-modify, then it can provide a solution. Pwede ra gud na siya.
Okay, sir.
Pwede ra gani og theory ra gud gani. Wala gud yung system
Oo.
in the computer science. As long as it is something new ba nga na-create out of the existing. Like with this algorithm, dinas like i-add and I think it's getting more complex for them. No. So
Guys.
that's why the first things first, dapat sila mo propose now because like I said, you have to
Yes, sir.
consider if it is doable. No, doable.
So these are just some of the ideas that we are proposing or giving you guys para lang namoy benchmark ba if ever.
Okay,
So
Miss.
again,
Inato lang amo ang gamon, Miss.
give yourselves time to think about it, no, kay medyo complex siya. So i-balance sa guna-huna, and then pagkahuman we will have another schedule na lang for your proposed topic. So mo schedule na lang tag-usab na po Sir Kukoy. Dunga na lang dagoy nato sila atong first group, no?
Yes. Oh. Sa maybe next week dayon para makuan. One of the problems man good why it's too rush, no? Kano sa ni deadline dito pa nang submit. Ang uban, no, I think siguro sa ila it's different.
Okay. Sige guys, thank you. Sir
Thank
Sir Yorfo,
Okay na ko, Ma'am Helen. Ang
Juan
ubang
sir,
panel
for
members,
pictorial, may we
screenshot
ask?
lang ta. So may we ask
Screenshot.
everyone to turn on their cameras for a moment. Okay, screenshot lang ta. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you guys.
Ay, kundi ay, may take this opportunity na lang, no? Mintras ga-prepare pang next group. For IT students nga mo defend pod, please send us a copy of your proposal kay I think gamay pa man mag-usap pa man ka grupo siguro ni nakasend. Ako nabantayan sa IT nga na-send pa kini pang ilahang baha kining Bisaya. I don't know about the others. Please kuan lang. Send lang sa inyohang manuscript. Salamat.
Yes, na 52 sa ako ko sir 52 ka buok na kita nakasin sa announcement nako. Yesterday pa rin siya. Sige, basig dili sila ganahan mo propose. Kita ako rin follow up sir.
Sige sir, salamat.
Miss Cosep and company, are you ready na guys? Ga-echo mo guys. So
Magduha ni
again,
ka,
no,
hanggang-
if possible, usa na lang ang mo join sa kuan, usa ra ka device para nga di mag-echo kay mag-echo man if daghan good ang mo join nga naa sa usa ka area ra.
Madungog man.
Off na.
Yes, but the echo gihapon. Guys, please double time no kay the other group are also waiting. Daghan pa ang naka-line up with kaning input tech.
Duha lagi ni ka group selling no basig mo dagway ni nakaingon. Group online selling account.
I-off dagway na ng usa ka account ang microphone.
Hello, Miss.
Yes. Okay na. Okay na ang
Wala nang
audio.
echo.
Sige, let's start.
Good afternoon, Miss. Good afternoon, sir. Our proposed title is Development of Database for COVID-19's Impact on Online Selling and Students of NORSO, a comparative data analysis before and during the pandemic. Background of the study. The researcher interprets and analyzes the situation of NORSO online seller students during pre and post pandemic. This will be done using a survey to gather sufficient data to come up with a system that records the result and the researcher's interpretation. During data gathering, the four classifications of ROM and Swaminathan 2004 will be used to further classify different shopper types based on motivations, thus allowing the researchers to create a system that is specific, detailed, informative, and user-friendly. The result statement of the problem. This study aims to answer how the pandemic affected the students of NORSO in their online selling and online shopping. In order for us to get the results, we will be using comparative data analysis in which we will be comparing the manner of online sellers and customers before and during the pandemic. Through data analytics, we're going to use following parameters to satisfy the problem we've identified. Question 1. What motivated people to prefer online selling or shopping? Buyers are classified into four shopper types according to Rome and Swaminathans, which are convenience shopper, balance buyer, store-oriented shopper, variety seeker. Question 2. Is there a rise in the profits of online sellers during post-pandemic? Question 3. Is there a significant relationship between the respondent's profile and the frequency of purchase or order? Significance of the study. This study is significant to the following. Online sellers. The findings of this study can be used as the basis for to better understanding of the customer's need and difficulties to deliver satisfactory services. Also for them to know how the students of NORSO BSc react towards online selling, and if this means of doing business in the long run is profitable. NORSO BSc students, customers. The result of the study may help to expand and clear customers' hesitation against online selling. It will help them gain a significant understanding of the benefits of online selling and how great its help or impact during a pandemic. Bayawan officials. This study will be helpful towards the government authorities since it will give them an idea toward the big market of online selling. It will allow them to better assist the
pros of online selling and the profit it will gain in order to better improve via one city. Future researchers. This research may aid future researchers with similar topics as the basis of their study. This may serve as related literature to the researcher they will be conducting. Scope and limitation of the study. Customers and online sellers in Norso BSc are the focus of the research, especially those who frequently purchase online and those who have sold online for a month or two. Online sellers and customers who are not enrolled or have already graduated from Norso BSc are not included in the study. The researchers will undertake a comparative analysis during the pandemic and pre-pandemic to better identify the impact of COVID-19 on online selling in Norso BSc students. To collect the data, the researchers will use an online questionnaire that will be distributed via email and other social media sites. All of the information acquired will be utilized to build the system and to provide findings depending on the people who completed the questionnaires. The system will be able to show the number of online sellers, online buyers, and comparative data of online sellers before the pandemic versus during the pandemic, as well as comparative data of online customers before the pandemic versus during the pandemic. This system will not offer results that are unrelated to online selling and buying, as well as the identities of persons who participate in the study and other personal information, as well as the things they sell or buy. Overall, the limitations of this database system are it can only displace the number of online sellers from the year 2019 until 2021. Of course, it must also show the numbers of customers from the year 2019 to the year 2021. Lastly, the result of our survey will be included in the system. The system will only display the number of the online sellers, online buyers from 2019 to 2021, and comparative data based on the information they will share through the questionnaires that will be distributed to them.
Next is conceptual framework. This study is founded in Jim Toki's theory of explanatory data analysis, or ADA, theoretical framework. ADA relies on a number of techniques in order to get to that point of what's next. A typical journey might include the following 5 steps. First, establishing a data structure, as you can explore something that is not founded. Next is establishing key variables. Next, looking for errors, missing data, and anomalies. Then checking assumptions, assuming that made some already, and testing hypotheses. Next is establishing confidence intervals and margins of errors. Then establishing parameters and determining how best to explain the data with the fewest possible predictors variables. That said, during this stage of analysis, you would evaluate your data as a whole and look for clues and patterns, much like a detective would look at all of the evidence available to his or her and try to make sense of it. It's much better to establish questions to ask, plan how you're going to frame them, and determine the best way to manipulate the information to draw out important insights. As its name suggests, it's exploring the information at hand for clues that hint at a bigger meaning. Through the use of visual representations, like dashboards, to test out patterns from the data. This could include trends, unexpected results, and deviations from the model. What one finds during this phase of ADA will help one to establish the right questions to ask, and more importantly, what areas of data deserve further exploration. This is the framework of explanatory data analysis. As you can see, first one need to establish a data, followed by establishing variables, then looking for errors or checking assumptions, and testing each hypothesis. Lastly, it's to determine how to best explain the data with the fewest possible predictor variables or how the data will be presented after. Nominal here refers to the nominal variable. It's a value that is not able to be organized in a logical sequence. Example, business type, religion, eye color, etc. While non-nominal are variable that can be logically or ranked. Example, academic grades, behavior, and etc. Another theory is confirmatory data. It's important to note that explanatory data analysis and confirmatory data analysis complete each other, and it would not make sense to perform one method without performing the other in order for data sets to be accurate. Each piece of information within them must also be accurate. CDA focuses on utilizing traditional statistical tools such as confidence, inference, and significance to evaluate the data and challenge any assumptions you made during ADA. However, not only are you looking for bad data during this stage, but you are also looking for answers as to why anomalies present themselves as anomalies, as if it is possible that any deviation from the norm was just a coincidence. CDA relies on the following techniques to be successful. Regression analysis, which is a reliable method of identifying which variables have impact on a topic of interest. The process of performing a regression allows you to confidently determine which factors matter most, which factors can be ignored, and how these factors influence each other. Then variations analysis. This is essentially concerned with how the difference of actual and planned behaviors indicates how business performance is being impacted. Then testing hypothesis is used to establish whether a research hypothesis extends beyond those individuals examined in a single study. Then developing estimates that adhere to a certain level of exactness. An additional theory is the theory of planned behavior. The theory was intended to explain all behavior over which people have the ability to exert self-control. The key component to this model is behavioral intent. Behavioral intentions are influenced by the attitude about the likelihood that the behavior will have the expected outcome and the subjective evaluation of the risks and benefits of that outcome. The theory of planned behavior has been used successfully to predict and explain a wide range of health behaviors and intentions, including smoking, drinking, health services, utilization, breastfeeding, and substance use, among others. The theory of planned behavior states that behavioral achievements depends on both motivation or intention and ability or behavioral control. It distinguishes between three types of beliefs: behavioral, normative, and control. The TBA is comprised of 6 constructs that collectively represent a person's actual control over the behavior. As we can see, here's the framework of theory of planned behavior. First, we have behavioral beliefs, which refers to the motivational factors that influence a given behavior where the stronger the intentions to perform the behavior, the more likely the behavior will be performed, then followed by attitude toward the behavior, which is refers to the degree to which a person has a favorable or unfavorable evaluation of the behavior of interest. It entails a considerations of the outcomes of performing the behavior. Both are connected to the intentions of buyer. Then the third one is normative belief. This refers to the customary codes of behavior in a group of people or larger cultural context. Social norms are considered normative or standard in a group of people, then followed by subjective norms. This refers to the beliefs about whether most people approve or disapprove of the behavior. It relates to a person's belief about whether peers and people of importance the person think he or she should engage in the behavior. So both are connected to the intentions of buyer. Then the fifth one is control beliefs, which is refers to the perceived persistence of factors that may facilitate or impede performance of behavior that contributes to a person's perceived behavior control over each of those factors. Then follow the perceived behavioral control, which is refers to a person's perception of the ease or difficulty of performing the behavior of interest. Perceived behavioral control varies across situations and actions, which results in a person having varying perceptions or behavioral control depending on the situation. This is construct of the theory was added later and created the shift from the theory of reason action to the theory of planned behavior. Next. In our conceptual framework, we have two data analytic theory, namely theory of explanatory data analysis, then theory of confirmatory data analysis, and one theory that will be helpful for our research progress, which is theory of planned behavior. Through these theories, the researchers will be able to determine the motivation of the respondents as to why they shop online, what theories or principles or types though they exercise unconsciously during online shopping. The above theories will help in explaining and distinguishing those principles or types. Moreover, these theories will help the researchers to analyze and interpret the data that will be gathered. This is very true in regards to the first two theories that are correlated with each other, thus allow for a more precise and correct data result during data analysis. In regards to the completion of data analysis, the presence of both the theory of explanatory data analysis and theory of confirmation data analysis will be helpful for us to achieve the aims of the study. So our conceptual framework, we have an input, process, and outputs. So in input, online sellers profile and responses, then online buyers profile and responses. As for the process, data gathering, analyzing, and interpreting the collected data. Then for the output, summary of the gathered data, then the comparison of the results gathered from both online seller and buyer.
Next is the design and methodology. This section describes the research design, research subject, data sets, data processing or gathering, and the statistical tools used in the development of the database for COVID-19's impact on online selling in students of NORSU. Research design. This study used the descriptive quantitative method that primarily focuses on describing the nature of the demographic segments. The said study demographic segment is based on the 4 classification of Broom and Swaminathan 2004. Since this method focuses more on the what of the research subject than the why in the research subject, this allows the researcher to draw a result that is more study aims. This will be using PHP, data processing, statistical tools, and treatment. This part present the tools that we will be used by the developer in answering the hypothesis in the beginning set of the first part of the chapter of this paper. It will determine on how the data will be processed and will be discussed in the study. Data gathering and procedures. This study utilized the use of questionnaires to obtain data like respondents, basic information, and answers to our study aims from the selected nurse-based student. In addition, after PHP coding, the gather will be shown as the final output. Statistical tools. The study will use chi-square to be used on the item number 3 that to test the relationship between respondents' profile and the frequency of purchase or order. X squared equals the sum of observed frequency minus expected frequency squared divided by expected frequencies. Next will be used hypothesis testing, also known as t-testing. It is used to test the 2 sets of random variables within the data set. The result will test whether the result holds significant to each other. Example given, respondent age and working or not, etc. Null hypothesis equals population mean with a subscript of 19 minus population mean with a subscript of 9 divided by with a standard deviation divided by the square root of sample size equals 0. Research hypothesis. Population mean with a subscript of 19 minus population mean with a subscript of 9 divided by the standard deviation divided by with the square root of sample size less than 0. That's all.
Okay, thank you. And now please ask our chairman to give his comments, Sir Kukoy.
Good afternoon, Cecilia, Wilmar, Shaina, Lizel, Kristen, Genevieve, and Jotel. So, why is there a need, no? Why is there a need for a database wherein you will just compare the students' impact in their online selling the before and during pandemic? Or is there a need for the database?
Sir, good afternoon,
Yes.
sir.
Why is there a need for the development of this database wherein you will compare using the data analysis,
Yes, sir. Because we're going to display the results, sir, of our research, sir.
Yes. Why is there a need for the database?
Why there's a need for database?
To gather the data. May database.
Pardon.
No. Excuse me, sir. The purpose of the database, sir, is to gather the data that will be coming from the users and online buyers and sellers.
Sige. Example of a data on this.
Sample data.
Example like user's name.
Then about their buying and selling, any data?
Like let's say yung mga pila yung sir, yung estimated income last 2019, and dayon unsay ihang estimated income niya currently,
Okay. So provided that you have that data ng estimated income niya. So what is the importance of having this you analyzed?
Importance. To identify how impactful like the COVID-19 na towards online sellers and buyers, sir. And then in order to provide
Oh,
data from our analysis.
okay. So that your system will try to predict
No,
the buyer and seller's behavior.
mo base lang mi sa unsa po input po sa mga users.
So because you're using data analysis, no? So are you trying to predict the buyer and seller's behavior?
Yes, sir. Based sa survey, sir, sa among questionnaire, nga meron kami questionnaire na sensor. Nakita ninyo?
Wala na sir.
Sige lang, aari lang. Will it predict, no? Will it predict? Based sa inyo ang mga related literature, you're talking about mga theories, no? Wherein most of those theories are relate to the behavior sa consumer.
Yes,
so
sir.
will the system try to predict that?
Sir, kaning like,
Behavior,
like for this month, sir.
Why is there a need to conduct this study?
Why is there, ano to? Basa ha. Ano pa? Sir, this is the need. Yeah.
Our study, sir, we seek to provide data from our analysis that will be helpful to user or guests of our site.
Mm-hmm. In what way can it help?
Sir, since it will display information, sir, according to the results of our survey, sir, or the questionnaire. Since it will be helpful, sir, and the result will be helpful for both the buyer and the seller.
In what way will it help?
Huh?
In what way will it help? Kung saan man, ano man siyang useful siya?
Oh, like awareness, sir, or samples, sir, income, kung meron ganahan mo venture sa na online selling, para mabayaan nila kung kan man na siya, aning how profitable ba na sa ilaha, di ba sila malugi, or para sa among service, sir, may ambot question kung sa ang pinakamagamit gid yung mga ginapalit sige sa mga sa ilaha para maka-prepare sila, sir, like that.
Okay, sige. So, Arena, what is the problem here that you are trying to address?
Sa question.
What is the problem, no? Okay, sa statement of the problem ta. What is the problem that you are trying to address?
Sir, what motivated
analyzing this? Yeah, sige.
What motivated people to prepare online selling, sir? Or shopping? Then, is there a risk in the profits of online sellers during post-pandemic and pre-pandemic? Then,
So
the significant relationship between the respondent and the frequency of purchase and orders, sir.
So where is your in which part where your data analytics will be used here? Asa nga part ang yung data analytics?
Number one, sir, what motivated people? It's like sa buyer, since we classified buyer into 4 types: the convenience shopper, balance buyer, store-oriented shopper, variety seeker, sir.
Sige, so basta gamanin yung analytics.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said that how do you have data on how many students of NORSO doing the online selling?
No, sir. Sir, we will conduct snowball sampling, sir. If there's someone we know, then refer, sir. Kay due to COVID-19, we can't do face-to-face service, sir. So we will perform snowball sampling, sir.
What if what do you know anyone who is doing an online selling sa Norso student?
Yes, sir.
Sinsa man?
Yes, sir.
Ikaw, Patricia.
Online seller. Ikaw. Celebius sir, among group office at Manting. Ano si, ha? Sherlinda Tekil. Sa Norso na, sir. Sa
Sige,
course.
sige. So, provided no, conduct na to ng study on these students nga doing online selling.
Yes, sir.
So, how will your system help? How will your system help in improving their online selling?
Sir, aning katong like what I said ganun sa katong based na survey no, ang result mga tong
Based sa survey, sir, sa results sa amon mag-gather, makita dito sa buyer or sa ano nga, profitable ba na siya nga product or not. At least na siya awareness, sir, ba nga, pursue pa siya og online selling or not na kay murag sa 2019 may us-us iyahang income like that, tapos pagka 2020 may us-us na pod like inana, sir, for awareness na between sa ganahan pa mo venture ana nga business.
Is it about the product or about the seller?
It is about the product and the selling.
and the seller, sir. Oh, yes, and the seller, sir. Both, sir.
Inyong pan is on behavior man na focus inyo.
Yes, sir.
It's about the seller, no? What motivated people to prefer online selling?
Both the seller and the buyer, sir.
Yeah. Both man affected man on both sides.
Sige. May I pass the time so the other panel members so we can coordinate our responses. Okay, thank you.
Sir Jess, would you like to add something?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Group 4,
sir.
this is group 4. Okay, good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
Okay, medyo hayag-hayag na gamay kay si Sir Kukoy medyo okay na, di ba? Only my take on this, on your title alone is it is more on on business. Mura siya mga naa siya na belong ang inyong study ba, mura siya na belong sa BSBA. Only naa siya comparative analysis. Okay? So my question is, will your system capable of posting questions directly without intervention of the people in terms of recording the responses?
No, sir. Kay based naman sa sir na input na daan nga question, sir. Hindi siya capable mag-up sa iyang own question based sa result. Pero mo sure siya, sir, sa data nga based sa result nga para sa survey, sir. Pero hindi siya maka-possible.
That is why my question is, will your system has the capacity to post question without any intervention from you as the user to input data? Because what I am trying to emphasize here is the integrity of data. Now, because the data that the system will gather is the basis for the treatment or for the analysis. So much better if your questionnaire will really come from your system na siya stored questions dito sa inyong system, then ang system na lang mo facilitate sa questions. Dili na mayon nga mo through Google form ba siya nga ang data inyo pang i-input sa system. Mao ba na siya?
Yes, sir. Hindi siya capable, sir, sa sir, sa imong ginaingnon, sir, kay yaharaman kan sa system mag-analyze naman og mag-read sa data nga gi-ansiran sa mga use sir sa
So in short naa pagoy laing murag third party mga tawo no nga mo distribute og questionnaire.
No, sir.
Then after that mo gather og questions or mo gather sa response.
Link naman, sir, sa question, sir.
Dayon,
isend na via email or ang link ka sir sa
that
question
is
sa
why. Oo, ingani yun lang nato ato himong simple ha. Ang akong gipasabot ba nga ang inyong questions, ang question ani inyong mga questions nga i-gather ninyo, inyo na bang gisulod sa system nga naa na siya repository sa questions. Dayon, ang mga respondents ninyo mo open na dito sa link sa inyong website or sa inyong page nga mo respond sila dito, then the responses will automatically go to the database and the system itself will have to analyze the data without any intervention from the user. Mo na siya?
Okay, so I understand sir. So we're not quite sure sir since the program sir kay hindi ba kaya magama sir kay we're not capable of doing that sa pan. Sa mong grupo wala man gani program.
Wala pa issue sa kinsay mong gama or unsa inyong paggama. Ang ako ra is
Yes,
ang
sir,
feature ba sa inyong system ba
ang imong gi-comment amo na siya ang iban gamon sir nga ang solving dito din ang system na lang ang mo analyze o mo-interpret sa data sir, right?
Oo. Then next is how will your system identify whether the respondent is a student involving online selling? Naa na ba na siya i-recordan sa system nga mo ni siya? Example, kay kung wala na siya magod, anybody could respond, di ba? Siya ako dili ko online seller or something nga na, then mo respond ko sa kuan, then still the data will be affected.
So, sir, we have two types of questionnaires, sir. The consumer survey and the online seller survey, sir. So, katong kung siya, hindi siya online seller, dito siya ma-answer sa consumer survey.
But how the system determines whether you are online seller or customer?
Determines? Wala. Sa authenticity kailangan. Butangan nando kayo naman na sir pag panagid sir sa authenticity nga mabalaan. Like gusto mo na tagto.
Okay.
Pag online
ato ani is your system is not open to all dapat na kayo may nga na magud walay control ba? Walay control sa mosulod nga data.
Oo. Or the may QR code man na. Sige sir, well try lang sir. Kanang pagkan sa authenticity, mga kung online seller siya, like ID do kayo na sir, ang need namon.
Sige, sige. Sa features na siya unya ha, basta mo ra na siya ang question nako.
Sir, yes sir. Thank you sir.
Maybe ma-refine pa ni sa inyong title kay medyo taas-taas ni siya si Sir Al siguro basi makahatag og input sa So another is a definition of terms, no? Dito sa inyong definition of terms, kindly look for the terms that are mentioned in your study which are not common to common readers. Mo na sa inyong i-define. Then itong mga common na po siya nga term, ayaw na ninyo i-appeal.
Okay, sir. Sir.
Tapos, when you define the terms, dapat functional na siya. Dili nga gikan sa dictionary, but then you are going to have to define it according to its function.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so that would be all for my inputs.
Thank you, sir.
Give you back to Mel.
Okay.
Wala pa.
Sir Romnick?
Yes, sir. You're...
Ikaw, sir?
Okay.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon sa inyo tanan. Okay, so with regards to your system, I just want to clarify something about the feature of this. So may feature gid ana inyong system.
Pictures katong display sa
Feature niya,
mga
features niya,
Yes, sir.
yung mga
Clear
sa may
naman,
paanan
sir, sa
niya.
mga results. Sa na-analysis nga, na-analyze nga results, sir. Pag-display lang, sir, yung picture.
So
mara
only displaying the data.
Mayroon makaya, sir.
Is that simple? Ana ra ka sayon mag-display ra og kuan data, wala na lain.
Interpret ang data, sir, sa i-display. Ka-base man to sa results, sir, nga sa survey, sir. So, interpret
Okay.
pa, sir.
Sige, so your system will gather those datas, and then after gathering those datas,
Interpret.
your system automatically identify sa katong data and then post it so that the seller or the consumer can see the result.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So is there a need to create nga mga inana nga system?
Sir po, sir, yes, sir. Kay aning, it will be helpful, sir, sa mga sa seller o sa consumer, sir, alike.
Okay. So is your system can what's this? Can operate long term. It's because we are talking here nga dili lang kay sa karon ra pwede nato magamit ang system. We are not talking about for kuan lang for compliance, di ba? So I would like to make sure that your system is capable of doing his work even if wala na tay pandemic and thorough face-to-face na tatanan. So is it
Yes,
capable
yes.
sa inyong system?
Yes, sir, since I think it will only display information lang man, sir. So, pwede siya makuan. Oo, ma-access sa Japan, sir. Kay kuan naman. Oo. Wala naman need nga kuan. About naman sa information nga mag-gather, sir. So,
okay, so system ra gud na siya. Is there an algorithm that you're going to create in order to get those data?
Statistical tools.
Aba mo kuan kaning algorithm?
Yes, sir.
We are going to base this on a computer science graduate. So kinahanglan ang ato apong kuan proposal is based on the guidelines sa ato ang computer science.
So, yes, sir. We have statistical tools, sir.
Statistical tools to
answer
to analyze only.
Sir, like chi-square, sir, and we have two thesis hypothesis. Yes. Marta, sir, two statistical tools. Asa mo sa ipon niya pan? Like, ang sir, person chi-square.
Okay.
Squares are to be used on item number 3 that to test the relationship between respondents' profile and the frequency of purchase or order.
So you're going to evaluate also the frequency of the kuan o pila ang volume sa kuan kaning sales and unsa pa may lain volume sa products.
And the other one, sir, is the hypothesis testing, also known as t-testing. It is used to test the two sets of random variables within the data set.
Okay. All right. Sige. So I think if nara gud siya algorithm just to test something, maybe we can link to that into the kuan ComSci part, no? So
Yes,
since ComSci is more on algorithm, how are we going to make the process shorter? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Alright?
Thank you. Thank you.
Sige.
Thank you,
So, kana lang ako Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon to the proponents of the study and to my colleagues in the.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, so here are the things that I need to say based akong observation no, sa inyong study. So first is sa inyong statistical tool, so sakto ning chi-square sa to answer question number 3 sa significant relationship, but you have to remove t-test because walay question dira nga ganid o t-test.
So we're going to change it, sige, sir.
Not change but just remove kay wala man siya gani, dili man ta
So we
ganid
don't need
t-test.
another statistical tool, sir.
Wala.
Only chi-square.
Yes. O kanang mga basic nga mean median o mean nga frequency ning ana ra man na. But
Sige,
is
sir.
na maudre kay gisulatan mo kunyag one paragraph intended for t-testing. Wala ni siya ganid og t-testing actually.
Okay, sir.
Dayon ang yung data treatment kay gatok ra man po nig t-testing, then just
We'll
remove this one.
remove.
And then ito nga concern nga na-raise na po nila ganina, no? So what's the significance of your study? If ever mahuman ninyong system, ikaingon mo muna nga based sa inyong gipang sulat, makatupan siya sa consumer o sa
Sir?
tahon to sa kung balikan tong significant. Ningon mo diri, the findings of the study can be used as the basis for a better understanding of customers' needs and difficulties to deliver satisfactory services. So kuan man ni kini understanding of customers' needs and difficulties. So asa man dapit diri sa inyong question, di ba, what motivated people to prefer online selling and shopping? And I heard earlier that your respondents are those online sellers. Di ba online sellers ang yung respondents? Ningon pamagay mo nga mag-snowball method mo.
Online seller and buyer, sir. Since we have two types of questionnaires, sir.
Online sellers and
Buyer.
buyers.
Consumer. Yes, sir. We have two types of surveys, sir. Consumer questionnaire and online seller questionnaire.
Sige. So kining inyong first na statement of the problem, kining sa question number 1, what motivated people to prefer online selling? So ang online selling ani nga part, this is for the online sellers. And then kining online shopping will be for the buyers.
Yung mag-picturean. Gaya na.
Mo ba?
Sir? Pardon,
Okay.
sir?
You mentioned that you have two types of questionnaire, right?
Yes, sir.
One is intended for the seller and the other is for the buyer.
Yes, sir.
And then you're asking here what motivated people to prefer online selling and shopping. So based ako pagsabot, I might be wrong. For kining online selling, you will be the questionnaire will be intended for the seller and the katong sa shopping sa buyer ra pod.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then question number 2, I don't know if you can get correct
Data.
information about this. Is there a rise of profits of online sellers
Number
during
one.
post-pandemic? I think anong post-pandemic man ang term? Post-pandemic.
Depende sa kuan
Before.
What kaning pangutangan ta mo, what do you understand when you say post-pandemic?
Ano yung kwan, sir?
Kanang post-pandemic, di ba, after the pandemic, but as of now, the pandemic is not yet over. So, anong nagamit mo post-pandemic?
Pre-pandemic. Ano, sir? Ano yung pre-pandemic na siya, sir?
Kung yung ka pre-pandemic, so kato pa pong ulay COVID. And then since you are asking if there is a rise of profit, so it means you will be comparing ang ilahang ginansya atong before the pandemic ang yung ilahang ginansya during the pandemic.
Yes, sir. Pre and during, sir.
Sige, now. So ang challenge ana is how can we be so sure that the information given to you by the respondents are reliable, especially nga in the mind sa mutag din mo kaila in the mind of kanang mga ning-ani ba nga mga question sa mutag wala ka issue og kanang sakto nga resibo, they will not really declare it kay it is na taxable biya ng ilang income. So I hope you can get an accurate information nga mo declare gud sila nga mo na ilahang income during the before the pandemic, and then mo nilang income during the pandemic. Then because you really need those two information, because without that you cannot declare if there is a rise or a fall on their kanang income or on their profit, diba?
Okay, sir, kanang pwede ba mo doon sa DTI, sir, magpa siya mangutana or kung possible bang kung may makapangayo may information or kan data about sa mga seller?
I don't know about because namutay data privacy law. I don't know if that data is can be given directly or immediately to the public.
Sir.
This is just your nga pwede mo ato sa di po na DTI siguro ang imong atuan na. I think ang report og asang income is man
Business mo ko na
BIR. Sa BIR, but
BIR
bisag pangutana siguro mo yung kaila ginoon nga online selling kung ka-report mo na sa silahang mga online selling income sa BIR. I doubt if ga-report na sila. Sa kuha na ha.
Wala ka na report.
I'm sure wala ko na. Kan ko na siya. Talagsa ra gud kay naga kan yun. There might be a few sa mo tag katong mga registered na yun nga dinagko na. But for katong small online sellers, I doubt if they are really reporting.
Sir, di ba katong last time na sila na implement nga murag ilang isa naman kanang mandatory na nga ang mga sellers mo pa-register gud sa DTI.
Yes, I know. There are laws, but the question is, are the laws followed? Muna ang question dira. So, muna sa
Especially
Kyoto,
kay student ra sa Norso.
Kamot nag-student, ningon na mo nga student ang student nga online seller inyohang ipangutana. I really doubt kung nataan ang accurate information. So, kining question number 2 daan, kining information ani, kuha na ko na siya, there is a big chance that you cannot really get a correct information on this.
Sir, how about estimator, sir? Hindi siya pwede.
So, kuan magud na siya. Kung
Range lang,
estimate
sir.
ra pud ng so dili kagama og kuan yun. Kanang good conclusion if you are just estimating kay kung
Range
mag-estimate
lang man, sir. Base sa ilang giprovide na answer. Range lang sa ilang concept based sa result.
kay mura gud ni I'm kuan gid ko diri dapita sa Kyoto no sa question number 2. Then sa question number 3, so dali ra man ni kay statistical treatment ra man ni dayon kay square ra po ning gamiton ani, but kuan man god wala po ta kabalo kay wala man po mo sample dire wala i-sample dire ba sa inyong profile kay nanguta inyo mang kuan og significant relationship ang profile then ang frequency of purchase and order. So pangutan ani what profile are you going to ask from your respondents? Sex, age, unsa ba? Wala man po nakabutang dire, wala man naka-indicate din wala
Questionnaire
sample
naman,
ng questionnaire.
Ara ang questionnaire wala na send.
Ang
May
questionnaire,
questionnaire
usara ni kasi separate paper ako nakita, wala pa nakita ang questionnaire. If naa mo dira, i-highlight ko na kung display.
Wait, sir. Ano?
Sige. Then while prepare mo sa questionnaire no, wala pa po nabutang diri ang
Yes, sir.
kining references. So next sa kuno niya ibutang ng references and then please use katong GPA format.
RLS, sir. Related literature.
Dili.
Or
References, bibliography ba?
sa end naman do sa kwan thesis na sa kwan na appendix.
Gani. That's the last page supposedly?
Chapter 3 naman kami, sir.
Supposedly ibutang naman to na siya unta kay so para maka-check me if
Sir.
para maka-check
So,
me unta if kuan kanang ang
naman
inyong mga
gipalo
ipangbutang sa related
caption nga.
literature na mention ba po ninyo sa last sa bibliography or
Katapantos
sa
naman
list of
ang gipalo,
references?
sir, nga kung paano ang pagbutan.
Okay. Sige, asa na inyong kuan?
Sige,
Questionnaire.
sa inday to na nasa gitna ka na. Ay. Ang hilid.
Dito ang link. Messenger ba? Messenger na mo. Ang suggestion na to nakubusin.
Wait, sir, ha? Asa man to?
Sige, sige.
GC. Palawas ta. Wait, sir. Sa GC. Hindi sa nga GC. Wait, sir, ha? Sa usa nga
Sige,
GC.
sige. So kini inyong kuan ba while kuan mo siyang presentation, no? Kining database ani kay accessible ra po ni siya online if ever mahuman na ninyong study.
And chat. Sir, ara sa concert chat, sir, amon link, sir, kay di kami ka share screen sa amon pan. Pwede rin matanaw niya, sir?
Asa man sa?
Chat, sir.
Na dito ang link, sir.
Ang link na butang sa chat.
Sige, sige. Nara diri ang link ha. Isa. First name, last name, middle name, sex, age, civil status, employment status. Yes or no? If not, why you don't shop online? How often do you shop online? What do you shop for? Why do you shop online? Okay. Okay. So this is for the customer or the buyer. For the seller,
Sir.
sige na, browse pa ko sa inyong form.
Okay.
So karon, so na may question ko, when did you start your business? And then night before, then night choice nga before the pandemic, and then apoy during the pandemic. Now, if ever the respondent check during the pandemic, so wa na ang question number 2 dili na siya maansiran. Because ang question number 2 is asking man to if there is a rise in the profit of the seller. But if ever sa pandemic na siya ga-start og online selling, then wala na siya ang problema unya. Kay wala man tayo mamaynasan. Kay wala pa man siya nakapaninda during the pandemic. Before the pandemic rather.
Ano tani sir kay amo tani ani ko answer intention unta sir is mo display pud tani mi og kanang kon mapila ang kanang number of kanang sellers bitaw sa kanang 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 before sa pandemic o kanang during sa pandemic namo nang naambi questions dira nga murag when sila nag-start o
yes, actually I don't have any problem with this question. Ako ara, what if all of your respondents mo checks like during the pandemic, so it means we don't have any answer to your question number 2. Kaya your question number 2 is asking man if naabay rise sa ilahang ginansya before from the time nag-online selling sila before the pandemic to the time that they are selling during the pandemic. So kung during the pandemic tanan ang inyong respondents, then wala na. So I suggest kay naman ang question number 2, then pwede nato istriktohon nga ang ato ang i-respondent is kato na lang nag-start og online business from the time nga wala pa ang pandemic, so that we can see a comparison between their income prior and during the pandemic.
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
So the next ani, so what do you sell? So kani inyong what do you sell kay kuan man ni siya no? Nga general statements. Basic pwede ninyo ni mabutangan diri og others nga option and then let the respondents encode or type kay diri wala pa man ni sila, wala man sila option diri nga maka-type.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Nalimot ra. Yes, sir. Butangan na, sir.
And then you are asking them how many customers do you have before the pandemic and then how many customers do you have during the pandemic. So mura dya, so okay ra ni. Then diri na sa income. So ang income pod estimated ra pod yung gibutang. Ang problema aning estimated man good kay kuan unsa na to pag minus unya. For example, nipili sila 1,000 to 3,000 ang ilang income before the pandemic. Dayon nipili ra gyapon sila 1,000 to 3,000 during the pandemic. So, pasabot ba na zero ilahang ang increase kay pareha ra man lang gi-click. So dili gugak kaingon nga zero because pwede man nga 1,500 lang income and then pag abot sa during the pandemic nahimong 2,500. So both belong to the same range but if ever kini i-follow inyong gibutang dire, both will be the same ra gyud kay pareha ra man na, pareha mas lag range na bilong. So dili ta ka determine if there is really an increase or decrease or steady lang ba. So I suggest nga pan guni siya. Although mayngon ta nga di maguna sila ka memorize or maybe they may not be giving you the correct data but it is better nga you are going to let your customer or respondents encode lang gyud og pila ila estimate kay on that number pwede naman ta maka-minus kadang specific yun estimate ba mo estimate abis lang nga 6,000 7,000 ning ana so at least maka-minus ta but kuning kining range man go dili ko kani ka minus. So it
Yung
answer
sir,
sa question number 2.
butangan sa mga options ang range, sir. Ang customer, ang ginapa na ra, ang mo input ra sila, sir.
Yes, so instead nga multiple choice ni,
Instead sa options.
himuon mo ni siyang short answer nga sila
Yes,
na
sir.
imo encode.
Sir. Noted, sir.
Okay, so katora sa akong comment and I'm sure Sir Alvina can give also other comments in relation to your study. Sir Al?
Hello, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
Ay, Taysa. I appreciate the effort of the team to arrive at this proposal. However, I'm not yet very much convinced on the necessity and the relevance of conducting this study. So, Sir Jess, na-establish na to ganina nga paano siya, relevant siya sa ComSci. Because as I see the problems,
Sir, if
in the statement of the problem, pwede rin na siya i-deal sa kuan, Excel or SPSS. Unsa ganito ang component ani nga nakaka-ComSci niya?
mauna siya ang akong gi-raise kaganina, sir, no, nga ang study is mura siya naa siya sa business nga courses, no, kay it deals with impact on online selling only nga naaray gidugang nga database. So ang kuan na diha is if asa nila ma-inject ang analysis using specific algorithm.
And then
Sa ilang
given,
data nga mag-gather.
thank you, sir. Given the data, the nature of the data and the volume of the data that they will possibly collect, kinahanglan gid siya nga algorithm, sir, and students. Or suggest na ako ang gikuan ani. Kinahanglan siya algorithm.
Considering the volume of data, sir, murag og sa ako ra nga end, no, kay gamay ra man gud ang scope ba sa ang respondents na to is only students nga who are involved in online selling. So medyo gamay-gamay ra gud siya ang data nga ma-involve ani. Ambot ani Sir Cox, unsay kuan ani Sir Cox?
Yeah. Good afternoon, Sir Al.
Hi,
It,
good
it,
afternoon.
it would still be okay. Ang importante lang is they have developed the system for analyzing and using a certain algorithm. Regardless in the future, regardless of student siya or kwan, as long as he or she is doing the online business, pwede siya source of data. Well, in fact, sa ilahang significant, nagisgot sila about sa Bayawan City or Mainana. So maybe they can deploy this beyond sa students and also. Ang importante lang is ma-establish nila ang data analytics nga gi-develop and ang algorithm just like with the previous proposals.
But I think something has to be done sa ilahang problems because the one that they have right now, wala gud siya nag-reflect sa data analytics nga aspect kay pangkuan siya as what Sir Jess said, pang business ads siya. So can we add a problem on how we assess or evaluate the efficiency perhaps or the quality of the algorithm?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So again, may I suggest another session for this, including with the prior proposals. Amo ang i-panapod carefully review sa internal na lang namo niya, sir. Nga ma-establish good to siya. Okay, I think the four proposals have the same problems, no? Because it's all about analytics, no? So amo ala nang ikuanan, sir, special time for that among i-reviewon. Considering that, no?
Oo. Sige, sir. Mora to yung pinaka main concern gid nako, sir, and students. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you to all panel members and also to the proponents of the study. So this is the last group for the CS. So just kuan lang mo, wait ra mo sa update nila ni Ma'am Helen because magkuan pa to, meetingan pa to ang kuan sa study ninyo. Okay, so before ta mo end, please turn on your cameras na for a moment. We'll take screenshots and then we will go with the IT. Sige. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you to all ComSci students on their 4 presentations this morning and this afternoon. So please, for those groups nga wala na kayo i-revision, please start na revising the comments and start your making your system or unsa pa tayong gamon. Thank you also to Ma'am Helen being the subject instructor and the chair for today's proposal hearing for ComSci, Mr. Franco Abikibel. Okay, now we will proceed with the Information Technology Group. So for the Information Technology Group, the chair for the proposal hearing is our Information Technology Program Head, Mrs. Jean Karim Isparcia. The panel members for the first two, the panel members will be Mr. Giovanni Castillo for today and tomorrow, Mr. Romnick Macapobre, Mr. Jesus Sumadya, Dr. Albina, Mr. John Moses Azuelo, Mrs. Libami Gardon Azuelo, and I still have Pamarato siguro. Okay, so Ma'am Car, pwede na ka mo kuan, ma'am. Start, ma'am.
Sorry, sir?
Start na ta, ma'am. Ay, si Kwan, the subject instructor, ani. The subject instructor for IT.
Yes, sir.
Is si Kwan, di ay. Si
Sir Franco.
Sir Franco. Sir, alay, ikaw na introduce, sir,
Sige.
sa mo present.
Sige. So, good afternoon.
May sa schedule.
Oo. Schedule sa kadalian sa schedule. Ay, schedule. Busy putik. So, good afternoon. Today's presentation will start with the proposal of the group of Rodilin titled Bisaya, Let's Learn the Basic for Primary Learners. The members are Kinray Buyabor, Jana Baha, James Malibiran, and Faith Joy. So, is the group ready? Rodilin? Okay. Sige, you may start.
Pleasant afternoon to the panel members, to our instructor and co-researchers. Our research proposal title, Bisaya, Let's Learn the Basic for the Primary Learners. Rationale. When we talk about technology in education, we're called the utility.
Stop.
Ayaw pila ka. Start na. Rationale. When we talk about technology in education, we're called the utility of technologies like audiovisual aids, machines, and equipment, such as TV, overhead projector, computers for education, and a lot more. Technology is the element of development which is in every part of our culture, affecting how we live, play, and work and learn. With technological advancement in the world, through the invention of mobile and wireless devices, it has become really important for the education sector to get a hold of this technology. In the teaching learning process, the fundamental reason for this proposal is the major challenge of every parent or guardian in dealing with their children's lesson. Technology affects almost every aspect of 21st century life. It provides students with easy to access information, accelerated learning, fun, and more opportunities to process what they learn. Enables students, parents, or guardians to explore and deepen their understanding onto this specific subject. In this study, the researchers therefore hope to develop a Bisaya. Let's learn the basic for primary learners app that can help every parent or guardian overcome the new normal way of learning in this time of pandemic. This application is a lightweighted Android application. Statement of the problem. This study aims to develop a Bisaya Let's Learn the Basic for Primary Learners app for students, parents, or guardians. What would that would guide them or help them in educational challenges. Specifically, this study seeks to answer the following questions. What are the ways parents or guardians do to solve the problem of unfamiliar Visayan Cebuano words? Second, how would the system help the parent or guardian as well as the primary learners learn every aspect of this lesson? Significance of the study. Parents or guardians, the very reason why the parents or guardians can benefit from this study is that it would help or guide them in teaching their children on this specific module. Primary learners. Nowadays, even children have their personal smartphones. The application would serve as a substitute tutor and help them gain more knowledge in their lesson. Researcher. This study is expected to benefit the researchers because this will give them an opportunity to apply their knowledge and skills in programming and system development. Likewise, the study will enable them to acquire skills in conducting the research. And future Bachelor of Science in Information Technology researchers. The result of this study may serve as future reference for incoming fourth year BS Information Technology students who shall likewise be developing a system. Scope and limitation. This study will focus on the development of Visaya. Let's learn the basic for primary learners. In this study, the information and data will be gathered through survey questionnaires. The respondents of this study are the educators, teachers, and even parents. The main purpose of this study is to help the parents and guardians and even students to understand and learn about the subject, which is the mother tongue based. Multilingual learning, where a lot of parents are having trouble in teaching their children in primary under the said subject. Definition of terms. Primary learners, students in elementary who need to be guided in every form of studying. Parents, educator in this time of pandemic. Technology, important or one of the usable things during this time. Evaluate, measuring or testing the knowledge of every respondent.
Theoretical framework. The theoretical framework of this study is anchored in the 5E model and constructivist learning theory. So we have the first phase. Explain naman na. Dili pa manggod English. We have the explain. For the explain phase to be effective, teachers should ask students to share what they learned during the explore phase before introducing technical information in a more direct manner. According to 5E instructional model, a learning cycle approach for inquiry-based science teaching. This is also when teachers utilize video, computer software, or other aids to boost understanding. Next is elaborate. This helps them to develop a deeper understanding. Teachers may ask students to create presentations or conduct additional investigations to reinforce new skills. This phase allows students to cement their knowledge before evaluation. And the next, we have the evaluate. During this phase, teachers can observe their students and see whether they have a complete grasp of the core concepts. It is also helpful to note whether students approach problems in a different way based on what they learned. Other phases include self-assessment, peer assessment, writing assignments, and exams. And next, we have the engage. This phase This was actually the first phase of our 5A model. So the teacher works to gain an understanding of the students' prior knowledge and identify any knowledge gaps. It is also important to foster an interest in the upcoming concepts so students will be asking opening questions or writing down what they already know about the topic. This is also when the concept is introduced to students for the first time. And the next we have the explore. Students actively explore the new concept through concrete learning experiences. They might be asked to go through the scientific method and communicate with their peers to make observations. This phase allows students to learn in a hands-on way. So our conceptual framework goes like this. And we have the input. Our input must be the research data gathered from the teachers, and our process is the development of Bisaya. Let's learn the basic for primary learners by using 5T model and constructivist theory. And the output is the Bisaya. Let's learn the basic for primary learners.
The first best thing to do of every researchers is to think of a problem that needs to have a better solution of it, and by doing a brainstorming that could lead in developing a system. Second would be the scope of work that the researchers evaluated, and later on they decided for what will be the system that needs to be developed. Third, the inputs that will be research collected data from the school, which was Ubat Elementary School, and the reviewed and related literatures and studies. Fourth will be the process. In this time, this will refer to the theoretical framework and would follow the phases until it will come up with the best output in which the system is completely developed and ready for upgrades. In every identified problem, the challenge of understanding or digging more unfamiliar Cebuano or Visayan words will be addressed using IT system. Input. During this phase, the researchers will gather the requirement needed in developing the system. First, researchers will gather the requirement, gather the information needed in developing the system. Researchers will gather the information from the office of the head teacher in the selected school, which is Ubat Elementary School, for them to know which part of the problem needs concrete solution. After gathering the information needed, researchers will review several related literatures and studies to have a guide and foundation on how the system would be developed. The process phase, researchers will analyze and apply the requirements needed. The researchers will use data and information collected in previous phase to serve as basis on the development of the system. The output stage, where researchers are expected to be done with the making of their proposed system. The researchers by then are done evaluating the proposed system once it meets the requirement and specification. The system will now be ready for the deployment and will now be used by the respondents to know the acceptance level of the proposed system. When it will be implemented, the researchers will focus in the improvement and updating the system. Research methodology. Research design. This present study will be an applied research because it intends to apply the output, which is an application, to address specific issue or problem, thereby making a positive changes in the lives of people. Based on the type of data, this study will be qualitative in nature, but this research uses words rather than numbers to express the result of investigation about people's thought, feeling, and views regarding of the object of the study. As to the qualitative methods, this present study will be utilizing both ethnographic method because it is concerned with the environment or setting where the behavior occurs. This will be the research. Ubat Elementary School. Research respondents. The respondent of the study or research will be one primary teacher and a two representative student of the specific school and two selected parent or guardian of the said school which the study will be conducted.
The research instruments. The research utilized both the quantitative and qualitative research methodology. The instrument that the researchers being used is to collect the data questionnaire, interview, and observation. A set of questionnaire containing 10 questions to the primary teacher and 5 questions to the two representative students. This is done so that each question can be explained in MTB language by the researcher in case some respondents might have difficulty in understanding.
And that's the end of our presentation.
That's all for the presentation of the group Bisaya proposal. May I now listen to the inputs of the panel members? Ma'am Karen, please have the honor.
Okay, good afternoon. Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Sir Franco as the program chair. Ga-echo ko, no? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay na. Okay, the
Echo
program
pa, ma'am.
chair, Sir Franco,
Okay na.
ga-echo yun. Nasa pa for a while. Ano na lang. Sige, the program chair, Sir Franco, to Sir Ann, to Dr. Yorfu, the rest of the fellow members, the panel members, the researchers this afternoon. Okay, everyone. Okay, may hapon. So please allow me for is another way around, no, for giving a comment para dire-diretso siya. Please allow me to share my comments, no, sa inyong manuscript. Tanan-tanan ni siya ha, for the rest for Sir Jesus and the rest of the panel members can more, no, comment also. So please, ako lang ipuan. Okay. Kita ra?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay lang?
Yes, miss.
Okay, so ako lang ibasi sa inyong manuscript. So paingon lang tag from the very basic down to the specific one. So sa inyong manuscript, so please no, there should be no bold text. Okay, use single spacing. This one. And then the phrase capstone project should no longer appear. And then there should be no design images on this side. And then please use the format suggested by the College of Arts and Sciences. And then please spell out, no? Now, for the title, Bisaya, let's learn the basic for primary learners. Is this an acronym or Bisaya itself, nga yung technical term gid siya sa nga Bisaya?
Technical term is. It is a technical term.
Bisaya gid siya nga Bisaya katong Bisayan language, is that so?
Yes, miss. Bisaya language good na siya, miss.
Bisaya language. Now, okay, let's learn the basic primary for learners. So we have to do spell out. Let us learn the basic for primary learners. So the way I interpret this basic, no, Bisaya, let's learn the Bisaya, the basic for primary learners, katubang Bisaya, how to read 1, 2, 3, 4, basic, how to read Bisaya. Is that so? Unsa di siya nga basic sa Bisaya? This is a
Yes, Miss.
Hello?
Yes, Miss.
Unsa ni siya? Literacy for Bisaya, literacy 1 to Bisaya sa 1 2 3 4, Bisaya sa ABCD or sa whatever. Unsa ni siya nga basic for primary learners? Unsa nga basic?
Miss, ano siya Miss kanang napud na siya murag kanang ganing mga subjects siya Miss nga same anang sa numbers Miss, covered siya sa mathematics abi Miss, numbers, mga shapes or ano ba Miss, yang mga Bisaya ana Miss, colors in arts.
Okay.
Kanang commonly
Okay,
nga
Bisaya. So we have to do please spell out. Sige, spell out lang, Lord, let us learn. I just don't know the rest of the panel members if they would agree sa title. So for me, the way I interpret for Bisaya is more siya acronym. So maybe siguro pwede na to siya small letter lang, ang B lang ang capital. So Bisaya, let's learn the basic for primary learners. Okay, basing ang ako ra ma-interpret mo siya magud acronym. So primero na ako pagkuan is I interpreted that one as an acronym. So for me, I would suggest pwede siya siguro Bisaya, only the first letter is in capital form.
Yes, Miss.
Okay. Now, so I check your rationale sa Grammarly. 21% of your text now highlighted in red sentences match the source. This one. So please, to avoid plagiarism, please credit the author, no, or modify the highlighted sentences para dili siya mo detect sa rephrase ninyo na siya. And then please justify this portion. Then the content text of your manuscript must be double spaced. Then the font size subtitle 12. So I observed nga gagamit of 14. So correct me if I'm wrong, kang Sir Al lang mo correct po na siya. So the headings or the subheadings must be 12, the context is 12. And then must have a uniform font face. So Sir Koy, unsa siguro, this also applies for the ComSci because I observed the students are actually using different font face or the font type. So what if we will have the standard? Now, what particular font face they're going to use? It can be Calabriva for everyone, Times New Roman para uniform sila tanan. What do you think?
Yes, ma'am. Mas maayo na niya. Ihatag template niya. Okay.
Okay, so siguro unsa may siya ikuan unsa may pagamit gyud nato sa ilaha Times New Roman, Tahoma or Arial. Para makuan gyud sa para uniform mga to ang book sa both ComSci and IT.
Kuan lang Arial lang kay marag classic kayo lang tawon na to ang kuan. Times New Roman, no? Pwede lang. Arial siguro. Pwede lang.
Okay.
Sans serif.
Sige, so Arial. So this applies. So this applies to all that everyone will use a uniform yet as an Arial. So the font size is 12, no? So highlighted green. Okay, what is this Bisaya? Is this an app? What is this Bisaya app all about?
Yes, Miss.
So why does the group wants to develop this app? So here in your rationale, I cannot actually see, no, what is your intention? Why does the group want to develop this app? So you have to cite, from international nga mga kuan, mga studies, and then down going para at least you have to prose na nigama mi ani nga study it's because inana. So wala kayo na elaborate sa inyong rationale. So why does the group wants to develop this app? So pag inyo ikuan dito sa international side of sa uban ng mga nasud na sila ingon ani. So until such time inyo siyang ipakita pod sa study sa Philippines nga setting. So until such time nga kami we the researchers wants to develop this app. What makes it unique from these others? Our intention. So what are your intentions? Why do you want to develop this app? So dili kayo nako makita dinhi. So you have to cite. So meaning to say you have to convince. So then fill up the gap. So say naa din ha, And then kini siya omit ning footer. Wala ni siya. And then ang font, ang page number is 12. And it will start sakto ni siya diri sa chapter 1. Adjust nung to naabay na uso basa kay sa chapter 1 then the font size of this one is 12. So omit ning mga footer. Wala tay ka na dili ta magtanang design. So statement of the problem, I will leave this to entrust to Sir Sumadja, the statement of the problem. Okay, what do you mean by the primary learners use, what do you mean by primary learners? Nakabutan the children have their personal smartphones, applications with substitute tutors. My suggestion is please use an appropriate term. Okay? You can, I understand nga ni sa inyong kung ano. Kani?
Yes,
sa inyong title. So siguro, butangan nito, let's learn the basic for elementary learners. Akong suggestion. Kung sa ganito siya, intermediate. Di ba your target is elementary? So, wala kay ko nakakuan ka namin kung correct me if I'm wrong ka ng primary learners. So you have to do, please use the appropriate term. Okay? Scope and limitation. Please explain the limitation of your app. Okay? What the app is capable and not capable of performing. So, kabutan mo din study perform data we gathered through survey. So, ibutan ninyo diya, unsay may inyong app, capable siya sa unsa man. O dili, imong app, unsa man yang dili siya capable of doing. Okay? So, wala na to, dili kay nakita. Okay? Nag-gets out. Hello, researchers?
Yes, miss. Yes, miss.
Anyway, ako na ihatag ninyo ni akong comments, ha? Sige. Although, nakita na ko ang kuan. Okay, I appreciate the effort of the researchers, na okay man siya. Okay, we personally, we have a hard time also of interpreting katong pinakabisaya. So, ang challenge ninyo din is katong yung lumad yun nga binisaya. Okay? So, kinahanglan yun nga katong yung dili lang kay near nga binisaya, katong yung binisaya yun nga katong sa basta Bisaya yun siyang Bisaya. Mo na challenge din ha. Okay? So understand, learn the subject what is the mother tongue where a lot of parents have trouble in teaching. Okay. Kani gani siya mother tongue based. Mo ni siya kutin yung nga katong kuan kadto tawag nga Bisaya.
Yes, miss.
Mo ni siya inyong gikuan mother tongue based.
Oo, miss. Mo na siya ka subject sa...
Kani siya, So, kani siya, sige, mas magwapa pag yun ang inyong study o kaning mother tongue based MTB mo appear sa inyong title. Okay, ngayon na kag Bisaya, let's learn the basic for learners. Dili kay siya kuan. So what if kaning mother tongue based MTB nga phrase mo appear na sa inyong title. Okay, sa ako lang na ha. I just don't know the rest. And then, definition of terms. I understand the way you define the terms, base ni siya sa, inyo ba ning gikuan sa encyclopedia or Merriam Dictionary. So, please provide an operational definition. Meaning, you have to describe, you have to define what you mean when you use a particular terminology. such as the title of your study. So here in the definition of terms, ang inyong ipang-define din ha, the terminology that you have used in your title. Okay? So, ako po, ganahan ko nga ma-change ka ng word nga kanang primary learners or kanang word nga primary. And then, kana, ang katong panalitan, ugod sa inyong title, mao nang inyong i-define sa inyong definition of terms. Pero dili na ninyo ikuan nga kuan ninyo sa Merriam Dictionary, so you have to do is in TB, or what do you mean by learn there? Okay? Learn the mother tongue base, ana, may kag primary elementary learners. These are the learners from grade 1 ba, grade 2, grade 3 up to grade 6. That's it. Did you get, researchers?
Yes, Miss.
Okay. Now sa theoretical framework, a little bit kuan lang. Kanin sa inyong theoretical framework, I think kaning inyong naka-anchor din yung study sa 5E model and constructivist learning theory. So situate gyud na kaning inyong kini siya, kaning constructivist learning theory, part ra gud ni siya sa di ba namoy katong gitawag na mo siya atol o waterfall na theory.
Yes, Miss. Kana sa theoretical.
So, kato inyong gitawag na engage the first phase. Engage the first phase, the teacher would gain understanding. Kani siya, nabuhat ba ni siya? Nga kuan, murag dili kay kukun sa kuan sa inyong critical framework, no? So leave out lang na ako lang ikuan ganato ko sa ilang add-on ni Sir Jesus, more on deep good sa technical. Nakoy gamay kuan lang gud ani kanin sa inyong critical framework. Kaya for me, ug ako lang siya kaning constructivist learning theory is one only nga theory wherein that we have to inject gyud sa katong unsa tong inyong katog yung mga waterfall nga inyong gikanda. Sa tong mga theory ana. And then sa conceptual framework, please enhance the conceptual framework and then use arrows for the direction. Okay? The input, the process, the output. So from input, what are the input? So you have to use arrows. Okay?
Okay, Miss.
Dayon, kinipod siya. You have to enhance kanang inyong explanation. Okay? Review of related lit. Please see the guide. I attach at the last page of the paper and write of the paper and the last page of the paper in writing the review of related lit. This is, I would like to acknowledge, this is from Dr. Alvina. So there should be at least 10 related literature and studies. So please have related literature and studies that will support your study. Okay. And
okay,
then research design. Okay. In your research design, research environment, a clear description of the current setup of the research locale should be explained here. No? I-explain ninyo. Unsa siya si ubat, kulang pa man siya. Then please situate the image should be clear. And then useless man go putting up this image that the reader cannot actually see the content. Okay? Then why are there so few respondents? Since this is an app, no? Sako lang may kuan, this is an app wherein unsa kon pag-test ang di po kay magnaaman katong sa technical side, I just si Sir Jesus lang mo kuanan kato bang i-test ang inyong system. So nganong one primary teacher, two representative students, specific school, two selected parent guardians said, these are more than inyong mga respondents.
Yes, Miss. Tungod pa man lang dun sa kay sa tuang kuanon Miss pandemic Miss pa. Pero pwede naman siya i-change kay at least karon medyo back to normal naman ang ano.
Okay, anyway, di ko kakuan ay ako ni ihatag ko kang Sir Al o pwede ra ba siya og duha no to use as the end users of the app. Okay? Then please include the formula. Do not just simply copy and then paste the image. Ayun, please, no, naaman ni siya sa atong Word, you have to do click insert and then katong sa asa na siya? Ayun siya, and then fix the orientation of the paper to portrait. Ano ingon ani iyang ending? So, no, this is not the format. Kung saan yung pag-come up sa related literature, kung saan pag-come up sa related literature. So, this is from, no, I got, Sir Al gave this, no, dugay na. So, you have to do is, please have the author. Basta yun kaninyong author, then years of publication, title of the article, and then title of the journal ba, volume number, page number, then correct me if I'm wrong, Sir Al, basta mo ni siya, after gathering this one, mo ni siya ang format, and then para sa yun ra, you have to use references, and then apa Japon ni siya, Sir Al, sa APA, and then kabalo naman mo anak, so mo ni siya ang format. Then pa after, sa matrix, para dili mo magliso doon sa pagpangita sa kuan, sa literature, sa aspect, no, their study, kung sa ilahang research design, quantitative, experimental ba? O kana, duwa na ilang kuan, scope of the study methodology. So mo nilahang scope sa ilahang study, antibacterial, antibiotic, blah, blah, blah. Then statistical tool, mean, and then the results. Results showed that the leaves, etc. Then, compare also your study, your proposed study, quantitative, experimental, kana, unsa kabahin inyo, unsay scope sa inyong study, methodology, and then, unsay mga statistical tool, nandili pa siya kay, kuan pa man, no, not yet applicable. So, after that one, mo na siya, after ani kani po manog balay, then, inani siya paggama. So, you have to do is, one early work by proofs, antibacterial, antibiotic, so, na-forma na siya. So, dili gud siya katong tanang paragraph ng inyong hangkopyahon. No, mo input niya, Sir Alan, if I explained it right. No? So,
Maayo na kayo siya nga
that's
guide, ma'am,
it.
for
Those are about
undergraduate students.
my comments. Sir?
Okay na siya nga guide for undergraduate students, for beginner
This is
nga
a
mga
guide?
writers. Okay ra na.
Okay. Sige, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. So, that's it. Sa mga, mo nag-include lang na mo inani para sayo ninyo ba? Para makita niyo kinsay authors. Pero kung ma-master na ninyo, you can actually write directly. Pero this is your guide. How? Kaya nakita man ako, the rest of the groups, no, listening, please have this, no, as your guide. Thank you, Sir Al. So that's all my suggestion. Actually, you made mention of qualitative. Naka-mention mo the qualitative, no? Sir Al, ana, basta nga akong opinion na qualitative, di ba, Sir Al, you have to interpret pa. Lahi mo pod ang sa quanti and lahi pod ang qualitative. So I think Sir Al would elaborate that one more. Okay. So that's all to my end. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Ma'am Car. Next si Juan, comment si Sir Jess. Sir Jess. Thank you, Ma'am Car. Thank you.
Hello, Sir Cox. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. For the first group of IT.
Yes, sir. Good
afternoon. Yes. Okay, my input is just a very few. First thing is ako rang pangutana ani sa body, no, kay I remember we have existing mobile application which was developed by the IT before, which is quite similar to this, although dili siya Bisaya to siya, pero it is being used by the primary students or pupils of the CCES. Sakto ba to, ma'am? Correct ba to? Murag nakainom-dom ko na nga nga. But then this is not actually, it is maybe dili siya same, no? So since this is mobile application, what is the difference between your proposed study to the existing mobile application that are available in the market?
Actually, sir, I think this is a friendly or easy access na siyang application kay we are planning to make it a kanagaling offline, sir. Kay mostly right now need pa man nimo og mga signal nga kuan before maka-access sa application. And what if ang kaning sa mga walay mga signal kayo, sir? Muna mo yung advantage, sir.
Okay. But there are a lot of mobile applications that you will just simply download and then install to your phones, then that will be used which is quite similar. Only the difference, I guess, is this is more on mother tongue. No, this is more on translation on how you are going to deal with the pupils, especially in mother tongue based. No. So does your system or does your mobile application can understand different language? Di ba kay ang Philippines there is ato daghan man ta og kuan, daghan man tag language, no? Diya diri ra sa bayawan.
Yes, sir.
Is your system capable of translating language into different kanang mga kuan? Language nga sa ato lang na language? Example,
actually, sir,
ang figure is named in Tagalog and then you are going to translate. Example, ako gamiton dito sa part sa Villasol. Villasol and going to Manduao is using Ilonggo. That is the problem in teaching MTB because ang instructional material is translate only from Tagalog or English into Cebuano. Pero ang audience is Ilonggo. So that is why teachers are having hard time to translate the language or the word which can be understood by the audience or the students. So naa ba na siya nga features dapat na siya incorporate na siya dito.
Actually,
okay.
sir,
Another is on your yes.
Sir, kanit niya siya nga application actually English to Tagalog to Visaya wherein ang katugong mostly nga sa Bisaya sa ginagamit sa school ang mga siya na focus na mo siya, sir, but kay gitagamit mo yung idea, sir, pwede na mo siya nga i-insert kay it actually sir nagud siya kuan nga need good kay i-expand na mo ang mas daghan nga mga dialects ang need nga kuan para ani nga subject kuan mas ma-work siya nga application.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So dito sa mention ni Ma'am Karen kaganina about sa statement of the problem, ako rang i-show later. This is subject for additional input from the panel also. But then I have to proceed to the kuansa. The theory, no, nga imong dapat ninyo i-anchor, no, na mention to ni Ma'am kaganina. Since you are using mobile application, so you are going to look for mobile development theory. Okay? Mangita mo mobile development theory nga dito ninyo i-anchor ang inyong study, and then I'm not sure if applicable ba ning ISO, IEC theory, no? Mura siya gi-incorporate siya ang ISO for the implementation side. Kay para this is to test the effectiveness of your system kani siya. So I will just share the sample document. Teka lang ha. Comparative. Sunod. Teka lang ha. Comparative. Okay, could you see the statement of the problem sample?
Yes, sir.
Ako ni siyang gi-read kay I am not very sure of this, so mangayo pa ta sa suggestion ni Ma'am Karen o nila ni Sir Al. What I am suggesting here is in order for you to test or to identify what are the features that is needed sa pag-develop sa inyong mobile application is dapat sa atong statement of the problem butangan nato ang end user requirements. Now, what are the end user requirements needed in the development of the system? So, ang mo suggest ani are your end user, no? Kinsa may recipient ani inyong study, di ba? Ang ubat. So sila inyong pangutan-on unsay mga features nga ganahan ma-incorporate sa system or sa mobile application in order to fit into their needs, no? So mo na siya, what are the end user requirements in terms of hardware? So kaning hardware pwede ra siya nga sa technical na siya, ang software, ang features ang atong ikuhaon diha. Okay? Then to assess the level of effectiveness of the developed mobile application, maybe we could have the level of software quality, internal and external factors using the ISO IEC 9126. Okay? And then we have the different parameters that you're going to consider: the functionality, the reliability, the efficiency, the maintainability, and the portability. Or we can have the theory of acceptance model. So depende ra ni siya ron ug unsay final ani. But then this would only be my suggestion for the statement of the problem. But then before that, I guess we need to identify what are the problems encountered, no? Pero this is, as I've said, this is subject for confirmation from the panel members. I'm just presenting this, and this is subject for any suggestions. So that would be all. Thank you. I will now stop sharing.
Okay, sir.
Sir Cox.
Yes, thank you, Sir Jus. No, I think that's a good improvement, no, for our one statement of the problem katong ISO gamiton. Maybe we can implement that to both the CEs and the IT. So thank you for the suggestions, comments. Let us hear now
Yes,
for
Sir Cox, naara tay.
Nay. Sige, sige.
Sir Cox, available ra dai ni siya ang sample questionnaire o katong model. This is coming from Sir Al.
Okay, mas maayo pud siya, maayo to kay standard man gud to. Yeah, ang usual man gud katong kuan acceptability, no. Okay pud, okay ni siya bago ni. And mas precise gud siya for our kuan CS and IT. So let us give time now for si Romnick, no. Si Romnick.
Yes, Sir Koy. Good afternoon once again, everyone. Okay, so with regards to the suggestion of Sir Sumadja, that you are planning to make your application offline, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the problem with offline application is that most of our outputs before dili na gud siya ma-maintain. And for now, we are aiming to make our program useful in a long period of time. Okay, as what we have observed before, if mag-on offline man gud ta, so if we are going to implement that one, so wala na ta kabalo og unsa na poy ganahang may tabo sa tuang end users. Okay? So dapat I suggest if madala ra or makaya, pwede ninyo kuan online. If makaya lang.
Okay,
so that
sir.
you can update or maintain your application with the needs of the user. Okay? And also please provide kuan kaning mga provide a chat box in your application in which the user can give suggestions ug unsa pay mga updates nga ilang ganahan ibutang sa ato ang application. It's because we are aiming this one to let them use the system or the application. Okay? Kay og naaman sila yung mga updates na sila ganahan nga kani ipausob nila ni kanang mga feature ipausob. Okay. Or kani natay idugang aning kuan, like for example sa language, sa tong Visayan language na siya mga translation nga kinahanglan idugang. So ato ang ma-update ato ang system, and with that we can assure that our application can be used, okay, to the users. Okay? Kay og dili man good nato siya ingon naon, useless ato ang application. Okay? So much better if igunanaon nato siya para natay assurance nga magamit gyud ato ang application. Because we can gather information from the user ug unsay ilang ganahan. Okay? Sigon ana. So I would like to ask if kaya ra ba nga i-online nato siya.
We will try, sir.
Okay, you will try. Sige, I think Sir Kukoy, murag na siya idea kung unsaon na siya nga may mo siyang online. If ever, mo na siya may tabo. Okay, so you can ask from Sir Kukoy. Ano lang. So this is just a suggestion lang.
Standalone applications mo na siya. Kuan lang ana is they will make improvement or updates, then i-upload ng update in the system or the app will update og na mga updates siya.
Yeah, ingon ana siya para kuan consistent lang ang update sa to ang application. Okay, then sa may laing ato lang akong concern the consistency of the application. na dapat magamit po siya in the long run. Okay? Sige, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Sir Romnick, no, for that comment. Let us now hear from Dr. Albina. Sir, please.
Ay, nasa ako sa likod ng camera. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
First thing, let's avoid using Bisaya as a term because it refers, the word Bisaya or the term Bisaya mainly refers to the natives in the Visayas or the speakers of Cebuano, no? However, we cannot also use Cebuano to replace the word Bisaya because technically, based on DepEd issuances, they use Sinugbuanong Binisaya. That's the technical term for Bisaya actually, Sinugbuanong Binisaya. So that should appear is in the title and that should replace Bisaya. Now, kindly flash the statement of the problem, Sir Jess, again, the one you suggested. Napa si Sir Jess? Ay, tara.
Okay, makita na, sir?
Yes, sir. We just, I'm good with this, only with problem, except for problems number 1 and 2, we hold the proponents responsible in exploring other or additional sub-problems for 1 and 2, items 1 and 2. I suggest they look for a standard questionnaire that will measure the problems regarding the teaching of Sinigbuanong Binisaya, not mother tongue based kay mas kuan man ang mother tongue based. Mura siyag umbrella siya nga term ba. And then under that, deha mo fall ang mga dialects. So we are teaching man grades 1 to 3 Sinigbuanong Binisaya. So kana ato ang gamiton. But please look for students, please look for a standard questionnaire that aims to measure or determine the problems encountered by teachers in teaching mother tongue based. But in your case, ang gina-refer sa inyong mother tongue is Sinugbuanong Binisaya. But there is a less likelihood na makakita, though perhaps there may be a questionnaire on Sinugbuanong Binisaya, pero if di mo makakita nga particular gid siya sa Sinugbuanong Binisaya, you can adopt a questionnaire nga naghisgot og mga problems about mother tongue based kay more or less regardless of the dialect maora man gid na ang problema. So that's your homework. Please look for a questionnaire and then kung unsay makita sa questionnaire nga mga specific parameters ato to siyang i-incorporate sa problems 1 and 2. And then okay ra ni siyang problems 3 and 4. Sir Jess, we have to recommend this nga mo ni siya sundon sa mga estudyante. And then kini sakto to siyang gisulti ni Sir Jess ganina on theoretical framework. Since this project is primarily a capstone project of information technology students, not education students. So we suggest that the proponents will look for a theory that will guide you in developing the app. No, kini siyang constructivist learning theory. Okay ni siya if ang study is kuan siya kanang pang-education gyud ba. And then aside from the theory that relates to the development of an application, ato po siyang i-marry, ato siyang i-connect sa theory on ISO IEC kay mao man na siya ang instrument that will be used later on in assessing the app. Di ba Sir Jess? Based siya sa ISO IEC.
Yes,
So
sir. Yes, sir.
sa diagram makita ang kuan ang unsaon pag-marry, unsaon pag-connect ang duha ka theories, one on mobile app development and another one on the employment of an instrument based on ISO IEC standards. And then moving on to the methodology and the research design, I suspect you copied this somewhere else since you were talking of ethnographic method, and then ano ni siya, information technology students normally don't use ethnography, so i-delete lang ni siya nga portion, and then kato inyong gipang mention nga qualitative, ato po siyang i-strike out to siya kay this is plainly quantitative. And then regarding research respondents, I highly recommend, I highly advise that we follow the standards or the conventions of research. Katong mga kung mag-sampling ba or mag-total enumeration ba, dili ni siyang kuan kining 1 or 2 lang. So it's up to you if kuan man ni siya, respondents nga teachers, respondents nga student pupils, o respondents nga kuan guardians. So if we recall problems 1 and 2 on the problem, if mangayo ka sa voice or sa perception sa mga students, parents, and teachers in delivering sinugbuanong binisaya, so that will entail the proponents to have 3 sets of questions kay unique man ang kuan, ang personality sa teacher, sa pupils, o sa parents. And to that effect, I hope you can find a standard questionnaire nga kuan siya, nga mo fit ani siya nga study. I hope there are available instruments in the internet that you can adapt or modify, no? Kay samot nagkuan, I hope naagyod please work closely with kuan lang with instructors in the IT department nga mo guide ninyo students on the appropriate instruments that you will use in this project. And then sa research instruments, so kung sa to siyang questionnaire inyong makita, kung anti siya, mo to siya inyong i-describe, including the ISO IEC nga instrument. I suggest we move on to the utilization of ISO IEC nga mga instrument. Magdugay naman ko ga-suggest ani suggest, no? Ato na to kalimtan tong mga kuan acceptability unsa pa to siya. Atong TAM, Technology Acceptance Model, kay mas kuan siya. Mas maayo gini siya ang ISO IEC. Pwede ra pud siya however i-modify nga mo suit lang gyud siya sa kuan sa nature sa study, but ang basihan gyud primarily katug gyud siya And then kung naay mga parameters nga dili siya applicable, then feel free students to modify or omit ato siya nga mga parameters. So what's now the title, Sir Jess? Unsa nang title, Ma'am Karen? Ay, napa Sir Yurfo. Kay
Okay,
kinsay ko
sir.
statistics.
Okay.
Unsa
Okay,
yung
okay.
title?
Yes,
Sige.
sir.
Unsa atong title, Ma'am Karen?
For me, my suggestion is Sinugbuanong Bisaya, an
Binisaya,
app for
ma'am.
Ubat
Sinugbuanong
Elementary
Binisaya.
School.
Unsa to, ma'am?
Sinugbuanong Bisaya, siya, an app for Ubat Elementary School.
Pwede ra.
For me lang.
Oo, okay ra to, ma'am. Okay ra na siya. Anyway, that's a working title. We can still refine that or modify that as long as of this time na change na gud nato siya from this original title into something better. Sinugbuanong Binisaya. Sinugbuanong Binisaya.
Binisaya. Okay. Sinugbuanong Binisaya. Okay.
Yes. Ang sa statistics, ani kinsa ito Sir Yurfo, si Miss Leiva o si si Moses?
Si Mr. Azuelo ron, sir. Kini nga study.
Akong tan-awon dagay ni ilahang
Sir
Dili
Moses
na to
na.
siya before, di ba, Sir Jess, if you have noticed, we let information technology instructors to be part of the respondents, di ba? But it's up to you kung inyo gyapon siya i-adapt kay
Yes, sir.
dili ba kay familiar ang teachers, students o guardians sa kanang sa technical aspect gani sa instrument using ISO IEC. Depende lang ninyo kung unsaon siya pag buhat this time.
Okay, sir.
Okay na ko, Sir Jess and Sir Kokoy.
Thank you, Sir Al, for that na enlighten me on the other aspects sa one. So, we will take siguro one of the respondents, ang group of the faculty sa CSIT to check the system or the application. So, let us now welcome Sir Moses Azuelo. No, sir, you may take the mic.
Sir Moses. Okay, good afternoon everyone. Madungog ra.
Yes sir, okay lang sir.
Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sige. So again, so good afternoon to the researchers and to my faculty, fellow faculty. Now, with the given, first is what I understood with their research or their project is they are going to develop an app which is based on the MTB, no? So ma-develop sila app nga katong maka-translate. I don't know if maka-translate ba sila into katong mga terms or mga languages into MTB. So I think ang ilang focus with ani is ang MTB, which is the curriculum of the DepEd, especially in the elementary. So mo to siyang nigamit sila primary kaysa elementary man to siya nga mga estudyante, and then I think this focuses on grades 1 to 3. So muna ilang mga focus nga mga grades, no. So with a given new statement of the problem, so I think mausog na po dito ang ang kay ang gihatag nila nga respondents diri is only one elementary teacher and then two parents and then two pod sa pupils. Now when it comes now to the new statement of our problem, I think we have to involve all the elementary teachers teaching now MTB, no? Kay I think dili man siguro daghan kaayo ang kuan na especially in Ubat, no? Pila ka book ang teachers sa Ubat researchers nga ga-teach og MTB?
Kinder to grade 3 na, sir, na. Tagay na sa mga 4, sir.
Oh, I think dili man kayo siya daghan, no? So, murag ato ra siyang i-include tanan ang mga kuan, no? Ang mga teachers na to nga ga-teach og MTB. And then when it comes to the kuan, to the parents, magsample lang ta sa tong parents, no? So, depende nyo kung unsa klaseng sampling method anyong gamiton. So, dili ra nato choose tanan ng mga parents who are kuan ang ilang mga young pupils is nasa kuan sa grades 1 to 3, no? Correct ba ko grades 1 to 3 man ang MTB, no? Kung nakapangutana mo.
Napay kuan, sir. Preschool? Counted na siya.
Ang grade ba? Ang grade level?
Grade level,
Okay, sa
sir.
elementary.
1 to 3 na, sir.
Grade level.
1 to 3.
1 to 3.
O
So,
basic hindi lang
therefore,
maka-focus on one level, sir, no? Kay lahi man na ang level sa
depende siguro, sir, kay
mugama gud sila
oo, kay mas maayo pud siguro So ang ilang buhatan ni sir is mugama sila og app di ba nga makakuan depende man pud sa ato nga depende man pud kung unsa nga mga problems silang i-encounter kay katong nga mga problems mo matay lang gaman og app, correct ba na sir, no?
Pero most likely all of the binisaya in grade level lahat makita na dito sa app. So dapat complete for grade 1, complete for grade 2, and complete for grade 3. If person nila na.
Puti ang t-shirt. Puti ang t-shirt na to
sa ako pwede
so kuan ani yes sir.
Certain grade level lang. Basic pwede grade 1, grade 2, or grade 3 lang.
Ay sige. So I don't know with the technicalities kay basig kung mo suggest ko nga 1 2 3 base pud og lisod sa inyo mga part kay mo man mo kay up man siya dili man para sa end, no? Kay sa ako nga end is it is much better man god if i-include na to ang 1 2 3 kay makita man gud nato ang problems good kung unsa goy problema sa kuan sa MTB, no? Kay laylahi I think man god is laylahi man god ang problems with 1 2 and 3, no? Kay kung moabot na ka sa 3 murag lisod-lisod na pud ang ilang language nga gigamit when it comes to MTB, no?
Now wherein pag if it's grade 1 ang imong respondent, so I think for grade 1 lang pud ang makuha nila. I don't know sa
okay
kaysa man ko it's on the kuan sa sa end na ni sa chairman of ipa-fall niya ang grade or by grade level lang. Kay by grade level ana tay certain focus na kana ra nga grade level, kana ra pod nga level of binisaya, no? Sige sir.
Now the question is how are you going to kining identify the languages, no?
I think na
Kay di ba
standard
mo input mo gud sila og kuan ani.
I think na standard sa
I mean katong pag-others sa kuan sa mga languages, no?
I think dili ni siya kuan, dili ni siya translator. Na dai predefined mga words. Mga respondent, translator ni siya or na dai mga predefined.
Okay, so I think sir mo
Sige sir.
I think mo kwanta dito sir mo settle ta kung unsa nga mga respondents atong ikuan sa atong parents, no? Unsa nga atong i-respond sa ni kung specific level lang bata or grades 1 to 3.
I think mas
kay kung mo kwanta kung specific level ta then
in ubat siguro na pila ka book students and kuan pala na teacher. Kay okay naman po dog 1 to 3
sige, so
pero ang trabaho kon ba sa system rag dako gud siya. sa app no kay consider minuta ng kwan
Ngani kay mag
1 2 3.
Sige, so if whatever ang ato gamiton, so kung all kuan i-follow ra nato tong sampling method na to, and to identify the sample size. So I hope nga nakabalor mo na mo gamit ra mo katong Slavin's formula by in identifying your sample size. Sa kuan na siya sa parents na siya, and then for the pupils also same lang gyapon, pero kung sa teacher ka tanan lang nga teacher kay dili man pud na magamitan kay gamay ra man ang teacher. Okay, so that's it for the respondents. And then for di ko katong sa inyong gigamit nga statistical formula tong and katong gi-mention ni Ma'am Karen nga itong gi-copy-paste lang nyo, correct? So do not copy-paste the one or do not put it as an image, no? So you have to encode that one and then so correct. So kung katong karaan nga statement of the problem nyong gamiton, so dili to siya magamit, pero with the given new statement of the problem now, so magamit na to siya nato. So i-include ra gyapon to, but inyo siya i-encode, no? Okay, we'll be using that one sa naman siya katong sa I think sa last na nga part katong level. Okay. Sige, so I think maorat akong hatag ng nga suggestions or and comments. So mo settle down na lang ta if unsa nga respondents atong kuha na ni identify, sir.
Yes sir, thank you sir. Thank you sir. So I think ang mo decide na is ang chairman of CSIT. I think si Ma'am Karen na to pa decide on that kay advisor man ko. And thank you for that no. And mo comment na ka Ma'am Car?
Sige, okay na? Ako na?
Sa scope sige sige. Then after
okay.
sir yung muna.
Okay. Ako lang question, if kaya sa mga estudyante, much better that we have the 1, 2, 3. Because I truly appreciate this app, magod. Need good siya. No, need good siya kaning sinugboan binisaya. If og dili ka ato pangutanon, kaya ba sa mga researchers kaning pila man ni sila kabuk no ba iba na ba ni respondents?
Miss, mas okay.
Granting
Mas okay noon, Miss, if 1, 2, and 3, Miss, kay medyo daghan-daghan ang respondents, Miss, kay medyo gamay ra po diri ang if mo kuha na tag specific nga grade level.
Okay. So, I am with also Sir Moses. So if it is grade 1 lang siya, ang level po siya sa mga binisaya, pwede ba siya? Pwede po siya level ang respondents grade 1, pero ibutang tanan abi ang grade 1 to 3 nga mga binisaya.
I-categorize mo ko ng grade 1.
Categorize, no?
Lahi mas level sa klase. Okay ra po daw if di agree nga 1 to 3 mas maayo po.
Okay. If kaya lang ninyo, then go with the grade 1 to 3. Okay. Ma-appreciate man gud nato, pero situate katong giingon ko ni Sir Kukoy, unsa day nang inyong app, it is only a translator or modify siya. So I would suggest nga it must be a translator also, and modify po siya sa terms. Okay, that is very important. No? So again, ang kuan okay na ba ninyo? So the focus is grade 1 to 3, and then your app must be kabalo siya mo translate, and then muhatag po siya sa definition. And then, okay na tato. And then also, for the proponents, please be consistent of using the word pupils. Since this is elementary, correct me if I'm wrong, use pupils for elementary, and kanang students man good is for college. So let's use the word pupils from the very beginning down to the end. I just don't know the rest of the panels. For me, pupils magud siya, let's elementary, let's use the word katong ang pupils kay naa moy gibutan dito students, no? So please be consistent na napoy moy gikan dito kanang pupils, so please use pupils from the very beginning down to the end. So Sir Kukoy, for me I would suggest nga level 1 to 3, that if kaya sa mga researchers. If not, okay ra po nako nga sa grade 1.
Okay, anyway, ni confirm man sila nga makuan nila Ma'am Car. So okay lang, 1 to 3. I think
Okay.
I think they will coordinate with the instructors or the teachers for this Sinugbuan ng Bisaya. Then how
Yes.
the lessons are delivered, dito sila mo kung where their app can help, no, can support the learning process. It's not just the translation, but the overall delivery of the lesson.
Yes, yes, sir. Aside from that, I think aside of coordinating also sa kuan, pwede sad nila tumakuha itong mga modules o kung sa itong mga terms, no?
Oh.
Dito nila
Oh.
pa na itong mga terms, then kulang mo kuan gud sila, mo do some kuan gud sila kanang research gud o kung sa mga terms nga angay
Oh.
butang.
Or kung naay libro gud ana, no, para nagod sila i-reference. Naay libro gud.
I don't think so na ay libro.
I
Yes,
think
sir.
they have really to coordinate with the teachers in terms of identifying the terms kay namaguna sila sa ilang curriculum. So muna siya akong concern kay ang pangutana na naron is how they are going to identify the terms being used in the MTB, no? Kung saan nila pag-collect sa mga data. So mo to pangutana na kung saan nila pag-collect ang mga terms, no? Kay wala mo ko sa basig na ra po direkta pero murag kuan maguna siya nga input maguna nila ilaha nga mga kuan dia ato mga MTB nga mga terms. So muna siya nga they have really to coordinate with the teachers kay I think dili na sila mosalig sa module kay basig na yung mga safe po ng mga module kay daghan kay mga kuan ron mga safe mga module ron sa DepEd, no. So muna nga siguro mag-istoryahan gud sila with the teachers kung sa gud ilang mga gipanggamit.
Ana sir, no? Ana, sige. At at least you agreed on that. No, importante man gud ang accuracy or appropriateness, no. So they have to coordinate with the teachers, no, the teaching the MTB from 1 to 3. Sige. Okay. So some more. Sir Yorpo pa. Sir Yorpo.
Sir Koy, dili na ko appeal sa panel sir sa IT.
Okay.
Sir Moses
So,
may
Jan,
department.
So I think mao na to, no. Anyway, na may recording ani. So let me encapsulate, no. You have to primarily coordinate with the teachers, you know, in charge from grade 1, grade 2, and grade 3 on this MTB. Then from there, you will conduct paano siguro, no, if nanay approval, no, para maka-start sila they will start the interview. Questions like how the lesson is delivered para maka-formulate sila sa strategy, no, on saan nila ang app. No. So ano na lang, no, initially most importantly kabalo mo how the lesson is delivered, no, kay grade 1, 2, and 3 na siya.
Kuan pa sir Koy kining they have to kuan pa di pangitaan pa to nilang katong standard nga questionnaire pa according to Sir Al, no, katong mo satisfy sa question statement of problem number 1 and then number 2 kay mangita pa mo silang questionnaire nato. Kay ang kuan nato ni Sir Al is mo kuan naman sila if ever nga wala sila makita nga standardized is mo kuan naman sila mangita naman sila atong mga study nga wherein ilang magamit ra pod kay katong according to Sir Al, most likely murag wala gyud standard questionnaire for MTB, no. So munang mangita gud sila og pamagi nga makapangita sila questions.
So or they can develop, no, basta ka importante the resource is ang mga teachers kun ani nga gatudlo, no, nila may establish na to ang integrity. Sige, okay na ba? Some more additional quan on this. So that's all for the Bisaya, no. There are ang title ko niya anyway basig may mahunaw ta, we will just suggest that later, no. But the concept or the idea of the proposal is most likely okay na, and most of the comments should be taken na in as comments, no, sa kuan nila. The comments will be emailed na sa ilaha. So that's for the Bisaya. Ang title again niya dili taka-finalize ani pa no? Pero something like this na.
Kuan Sir Kukoy, kuan. Depende lang ni ha, basta to ako ang gisuggest, sinubuanong binisaya, colon, an up for Ubat Elementary School. So this is just a guide for them, but if they want to change, no problem.
Oo. So okay lang at least for ubat no para dito man ang ilahang environment, research environment. Sige, okay, we will take that no. Sinugbuanong binisaya, then colon a guide sa to? An up for Ubat Elementary
School.
Oo. Then ang scope dito is grade levels 1.
Grade 1 to 3.
3. Si Ana. Okay, so we agreed on that. Then you will take on the other comments. So thank you for the panel members. And let us proceed now no, to the next. Sir Yorpo, proceed no? Oo.
Pangutana ta, Sir Al, okay pa ka, sir, nga mo kan patag usa ka group?
Or ugma na lang?
Okay, sir. Go ahead lang mo, sir. Maminaw lang ko, sir.
Sige. Mukha sa
Napakasikaso kadali.
Sige. Thank you for that. So let us now hear from the group of Michael. Their title is Boarding Houses Around or Near Negros Norso, no, Bayawan Santa Catalina Campus. You may proceed, John.
Sir, good afternoon. Tumog ka ba, sir?
Hinay dyan, hinay.
Hello.
Hinay dyan. I-off, tapat mo ni Celeste.
Dili, sir.
I-off, saan ka Celeste nga, Mike? Celeste, okay, that's it. You try again, Mike. Dyan.
Hello.
Ano sa'yo may gamit dyan, cellphone?
Kuan, sir, PC, then headset ra ko, sir.
Ipadool ko ng gamay ang mic dyan.
Yes, sir. Dool na, sir.
Dool na. Increase yung volume. Di ko no. Sige. Let's bear with that, no. Klaro na lang, kusga lang. Sige, you may proceed.
Okay, good afternoon again to our chair, Ms. Karen Janice Parcia, and to all the panel members. In behalf of our group, under Mr. Franco Abiquibil, we are presenting our proposal entitled Boarding Houses Management or Boarding Houses Around or Near Negros Oriental State University, Bayawan, Santa Catalina Campus. With our group, Rogin Alquiza, John Michael Villalbito, Iris Moreno, Celeste Flores, and Leah Liamos. Okay, please read, Iris.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, Celeste.
Rationally, a boarding house is a house that a paying guest can rent. The guest can rent for 1 or more nights and sometimes for a longer period. The researchers conducted this study to assess current processes used in managing boarding houses. The researchers gathered data and found out that boarding house owner and landladies or landlords encounter difficulties and serious challenges to efficiently manage boarding houses. Boarding house management includes monitoring tenants' payment, the status of rooms and beds available or occupied, water and electricity bills, and much more. Conventionally, these management areas were proceed manually. Most of the boarding houses use the manual approach in managing the aforementioned areas. The use of manual operation will slow the operation of the boarding house and will affect the experience of the guests staying in their rented rooms and beds. The capstone project entitled Boarding House Near Norso BSC is a system intended to be used in managing boarding houses. The said project will automate the operation of the boarding houses, which will improve the operational efficiency and overall experience of the tenants. Core features of the boarding house near Norso BSC will focus on payment records of tenants, monitoring status of rooms and beds, tenant information encoding, reports and generation, and database backup. With the implementation of the system, boarding house management will be effective and efficient. The manual processes and errors will be eliminated, which will improve the operation of the boarding houses. The implementation of the system will make boarding house management easy, fast, convenient, accurate, and reliable. Statement of the problem. To solve the aforementioned issues, the researchers propose the development of the boarding house management system. The system will allow monitoring tenants' payment, the status of rooms and beds available or occupied, water and electricity bills, and generations of reports. The system will improve the operation of the boarding houses by eliminating the manual process and errors encountered in the pre-existing management system. The system will make boarding house management easy, fast, convenient, accurate, and reliable. Boarding houses will be managed effectively and efficiently. Statement of the problem. What is the profile of respondents staying at the boarding houses along Norso BSC? Age, gender, school, provincial address, status, budget, allocation for boarding houses. 2. What are the reasons for staying in a boarding house along Norso BSC? 3. What are the different issues concern encountered by the respondent in their boarding houses? As 2. Facilities, location, safety and secured, management, payment. What appropriate recommendation to be made to address the issue concern of the respondent staying at the boarding house near Norso BSC? Significance of the study. Boarding house owners. The system will help improve their business efficiency and allow them to cope up with technological trends in managing boarding houses. Boarding house landladies or landlords. The system will allow them to easily and efficiently track and monitor tenants' payment, the status of rooms and beds available or occupied, water and electricity bills, and generation of report. They can conveniently and efficiently manage the whole operation of the boarding house. Boarding house tenants. The system will improve their overall experience in staying in the boarding house. They can personally access the records of their payments as well as electronically relay their concern and complaints about the boarding house. Researchers, their experience in conducting the project will further enhance their knowledge and skills as researchers. Future researchers, the study can serve as their guide if they wish to design and develop their version of the boarding house management system. Student, this system will help the students by having a convenient and fast transaction of booking of rooms and view information about the rooms such as location, prices, availability, and amenities. Boarding house owner. This system will be beneficial to the owner by way of promoting and improving his or her business via online platforms. Researchers. This will help the current researchers to enhance his or her knowledge and skills in creating a useful application that beneficial to the users. Future researcher. The result of the study will give them idea about the researchers have been made. They will gain knowledge that can be applied in the future study. Scope and limitations. This study mainly focuses on the development process of the boarding house management system. The researchers will design, develop, and implement a boarding house management system that will seamlessly streamline the process of managing boarding houses. The system is limited only to be used for boarding house managing. The respondent of the study will be boarding house owners, landladies or landlords, and boarding house tenants. The system is intended to reduce the time consumption by searching possible registered boarding houses in NORSO BSC. This system required Android devices and Android version of 8.1.0 and above to open and run to websites such as smartphones and also in tablets. The application can be reachable and used with internet connection. Once the user uses the system, they can rate the system from the highest of 5 to the lowest of 1. The boarding house around Norso BSC is intended only for locating and displaying all relevant details about boarding houses and limited only to the Norso BSC. Definition of terms. Boarding house management system is database-driven system that will automate monitoring tenants' payments, the status of rooms and beds, water and electricity bills, and generation of reports. The advantages of boarding house management system are the following. 1. Automated management. The system will enable electronic management of boarding houses. Record management. It is a database system that make the records to the boarding houses operation electronic, safe, accurate, reliable, and fast. 3. Report generation. The system is capable of generating reports about the payments, bills, and status of rooms and beds in a boarding house. Theoretical framework. The capstone project boarding house near Norso BSC is a system that allows boarding house management to electronically monitor and track the operation of the boarding house. The system will serve as an online platform for recording and transacting between tenants and boarding house management. Figure below shows the sequence of boarding house management application that being processed level of the user can research each nearest boarding houses and location by using this application. It will provide a list of it. And also can reach each nearest boarding houses and location by using the application. It will provide a list of it. And also the user can rate the application from lowest of 1 and to highest of 5. The boarding house owner can add their boarding houses and updating its availability. The admin can manage and verify all activities of boarding houses owner. Conceptual framework. The prior arts presented in this section are the different systems which made use of concept, the technology similar of the proposed system. These related prior arts help the proponents in the conceptualization, design, and development of boarding house along Norso BSC. Data flow diagram. The data flow diagram boarding house management shown represent the flow of the system throughout the process. This system will show what kind of information will be input and where the data will go and how it's stored. This diagram shows how the system function. Figures show the data will diagram a boarding house management application. The figure represents the flow of the system. The user will sign in or log in the system, and then he or she can be able to find the boarding houses and then generate information back to the system. In addition, according to Mark Lloyd Lister, S. Consegno, Mark Lester A. Velasco, Aladen Paulo A. San Vectors, Archival M. Jane, Francis F. Balahidia. This study was developed a system for finding apartments and boarding houses named as Highball. This Android-based apartment locator application is a mobile that one can be used by the community special student easily find a mobile one that can be used by the community special student easily find apartments and boarding houses. It can also help owners promote their business. To attend this, the proponents gather user
requirements such as standards of tenants and selecting an apartment and issues and concern encountered by both of the owners and tenants of development of a mobile application. Finding an apartment is difficult when one is unfamiliar with a place and environment. In addition, the location of an apartment plays a big role in choosing the neighborhood because one needs to consider security and personal convenience. Helper Editorial Board 2017. This system is related to the proposed system since it involves a locator. This study will provide the proponents with ideas on how a mobile app locator works. Review of related literature and studies. The proponents searched for a detailed analysis of local and foreign studies that related to web-based locator. These related studies serve as a tool that guide the proponents in the developing a mobile app locator named a boarding house or Norso BSC, boarding house outbreak. According to Mary Ann M. Sahagan, John P. Flores, with this growing number of students coming from different distant places, there is need for the university to have a scheme that is suitable in managing the university's student housing and residential services. This study was made to aid the university's lacking felt in terms of support to study a student's housing and pertaining to house services. It also provides the service apartment locating the suitable for the needs for the students, and it's being connected into a database to help universities to monitor current tenancy of the students. This study is related to the proposed system since boarding house and around Norso BSC has featured to easily monitor the records of each boarding houses that has permit. It's similar to some of the proposed systems that the same features that provides an organized database to keep accurate records and make retrieval of data easier. Boarding house along Norso BSC impact to the student. We found significant differences between boarding house and day students in 8 out of 18 academic and personal well-being outcomes. After controlling for a background characteristics such as social demographic, ability, personality, and school factors, boarding students were significantly higher on adaptive motivation.
Excuse me, Celeste.
Yes, sir.
Dan, it seems your study is just a copy of someone's study. You already have data. You already have result. You already have significant differences. You already have 8 of 18 academic well-being outcomes. How is it?
Mike. Ay, sapat ka mo.
It seems that your study is already done. Hello. Your narrative are nanana mo yung mga result.
Part ng sir, review of related literature and studies.
Okay, sige. Let's just proceed no sa comment sa other panel. Sige. Kaya proceed.
As part of our border research program, we also found that inclusive.
May I go back to the table? Let us see the table kung saan na dito.
Asa nga table, sir?
Katong table. Next. Sige pa. Oh, you have expert group 5 evaluators, tenants 25. How did you come up with that numbers? How come you already have evaluators?
Sir, pinaka-part lang sa, sir, review of our related study.
Have the label there, participants in the study. Sige lang, ipatiwas.
Sir,
Sige, you may proceed.
Mike,
Sige.
di ba nag-evaluate man talaga to sa Norso, itong nagkwanta?
Sir, we have already evaluated, sir.
Nag-evaluate na mo?
Ay, sir, survey, sir.
Nag-advance.
Tapos na, sir.
Wala pa yung approval sa committee o dili man to PD pa. Sige lang, just proceed kay let's just hear the panel later. Sige.
Ito. Go Irish.
Research instrument in investigating the boarding house around Norso BEC as a solution of a safer boarding houses in Negros Oriental State University, Bayawan, Santa Catarina campus. The researcher focuses more on the personal answers with the primary respondent and research studies that are asked in questionnaires as a research instrument to gather and collect data into the said respondent. Data gathering procedure. The proponents conducted a survey to determine the end users' evaluations of boarding house around Norso BSC. One of the proponents distributed a survey questionnaire to the users and instructed the user to rate the developed system based on the criteria stated in the survey form. The user were given enough time to read, understand, and rate the proposed system. The proponents waited for the users to finish the survey and collected it afterwards for the computation of result. Data analysis and procedure. To statistically compute the results of the survey questionnaire, the main statistics are used in interpreting and derive weight mean. The hypothetical range with interpretation was applied.
Sir.
Sige, thank you, no? Thank you, group of the proposal boarding house. So let us now hear the comments of Ma'am Karen. Ma'am Kar.
Okay, please allow me to share my screen for my comments. Okay, may hapon usog. Okay, to start, no? Please follow the format suggested by the college, especially katong sa format na sa title, inani ba? So use single spacing for text. Okay? Please omit the header. Wala na siya header. Then, the title of the study is broad, no? Unsa siya? Boarding houses around or near Negros Oriental State University, Bayawan, Santa Catalina campus. Ug ako'y mukuan ana, unsa ni siya? Boarding house near. So, nakulangan ko sa paggama, no, sa title. Okay? And then, makita na to nga inyuhang rational here, ikopya tanan. This is actually check note to the use of the Grammarly. 90% of your text sentences match the source. Dili na to kopyahon. You can copy for as long to avoid plagiarism. Please credit the owner or acknowledge the owner or modify. Please write simple lang yun nga English. unsa gud kabahin ang imuhang study? What exactly do you want to do in your study? So dili lang ako I am confused kay nagbutang mo og boarding houses management includes monitoring tenants, payments, that status. If this would be the case, what are you trying to drive of is kung boarding house near or far, o kabahin lang gid siya sa mga system to be used in intended to be used in managing boarding houses. No, the said project will automate the operation of the boarding houses. So unsa ni siya i-operate? So nakuan dito katong mga pila ka beds, pwede ra man na siya mahimo to the use of the Microsoft Excel. No, your system kung makasabot ta sa inyong end, dili gud pwede complex, pero ang inyong system pinakakuan gud mara siya sa yun ra gid siya kaayo ba nga dili nato makita ang complexity. No, dili ta makaingon nga dili nato madala sa lain for research unsa gani sa tawag ana research unsa tawag ana for presentation. No, ginani ka simple ang inyong nga study. And then sa technical side sa inyong paper, justify double space, no? Sa content text, and then sa heading, again, akong usbon, 12 ang headings, the content text is 12, and then i-bold na ito mga title or headings, then the font size of the text is 12, and then, yes, as we agreed, no, with your instructor, Sir Franco, this is for the ComSci and IT. We will use the Arial as the font face. Then kanya atong Norso BSc, please uppercase na siya, Norso BSc. And then akong ganahan, what do you want? What exactly do you want to do, no, in your study? So I will this statement of the problem ako ni ikuan kang Sir Jesus. And then sa inyong kuan significant of the study, owner, then landlord. Redundant na siya. So siguro kanang owner pwede na siya may landlord or landlady. Okay? Siguro wala mo pa may tabo nga owner siya tapos na siya landlady. Okay? So nadoble na po ninyo, inyo na pong giusog din hisi or boarding house owner. Sa tong sa boarding house owners. No, ang inyong output makita nato nga ginalian, murag wala jud kaayo siya kinasing-kasing nga paggama, no? And then sakto ba ko sa akong comment, and then explain the limitation, no, of the app. Unsa man inyong kuan, no? What do you intend to develop, a system or an app? Kay sa inyong kuan mo system pag abot diri na mo ningon mo nga Android version 8.1.0 above to run the web. So dapat dito sa inyong rational sa bato, i-explain na ninyo, no, unsa ka ba inyong ganahang mahitabo sa inyong ganahang ano mong ni-develop ana. Then definition of terms, may I repeat, please provide operational definition. No, describe what you mean, no, you in using that particular terminology, most especially your title. Ang inyong i-define din na ang inyong title. Okay? And then kanamin ka nga near. Sa to near far. So inyo nang i-describe ngano unsay pasabot sa near. Okay? And then theoretical, what theoretical framework did you use, no, sa inyong study? So unsa ni murag inyong ning gagama diyan yung OBE process level 0, dili na to makita ang unsa nga asa naka-anchor inyong study. Then isamot na po siya sa conceptual framework. Then makita na to nga yes, sakto inyong instructor gikopya ninyo. No, gikopya ninyo, then kini siya please follow the format of this sa katong sa College of Arts and Sciences. Dugon sa pagkuan sa manuscript. No, kining mga data flow diagram, no? And then kani naana mo kani yes fellow mobile app murag ni conduct na sa unang ayon dili na siya, no, necessary. And then sa review of related lit butang pas gaganina ako nang gibutang diri sa last sa inyong comment, and then there should be 10, no, 10 related lit. as kuan ni siya, legit siya according to Sir Al, sa kuan, sa undergrad, there should be 10. So, ang purpose mo sa related literature to support by your study nga exist ba na siya sa uban, and then try to compare what makes your system unique sa uban, ngano kang i-conduct. Okay? Research methodology, I will leave out to Sir Al. And then a system design or a research design. Then development, no, method of research should be mentioned in the research design. Then a clear description of the current setup of the research local, no, should be explained in the research environment. So the respondents of the study are the tenants, users who wanted to find certain location for boarding houses within area. Then users include administrator. Unsa man gyud ang inyong who are this? No, who are your respondents? So the actual number of respondents should be mentioned, but do not mention who your respondents are. No? Estudyante ba ni sila? Estudyante ba ni siya sa Norso? Pila ni sila kabuok? And then my question now is your proposed system useful for during this pandemic? Okay, kay as kung I observe, wala pa may nagkuhan, di ba? So you have to type, please. Anong nagigikap ninyo? Wala ni sa atong manuscript dili ning naning mga nani klase ang ato ang mga font face. No? Kaning sa mga font nga gigamit. Okay? So ako nang i-leave kang sir. So mo ni siyang paggama sa ato ang kuan. Ako na nanan ni sa ako ni ihatag ninyo, then please follow. No? Mo ni siya ang matrix para dili mo malibog. Pero ang pagkuan ninyo pag unsa ni gama mo na ni siya ang inyong i-type or ibutang sa inyong review and related link. So far mo pa na ako ang mahuna-hunaan. So I think it's about time for the rest of the panel to comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ma'am Carno. So that's a lot of input there. Let us now hear a comment ni Sir Jess. Sir Jess.
Hello, good afternoon. The group of Flores. Okay, group 2. So my input is the proposed title is quite common. This is purely a recording system, right? A recording system for boarding houses around the university or within the perimeter of the university. So I just want to propose to make it more or better siguro. Ako mo-suggest ra ko nga since this is purely recording system, ato na lang siya dungagan gamay og feature, no? Boarding house locator and student monitoring system. Teka. Using global positioning system. This suggestion is subject for confirmation. Now this is just a suggestion. Boarding house locator and student monitoring system using GPS. Okay? Kaya purely recording system, karaan naman guna siya. We are just going to record the students. We're going to have the payment system and so on. So we have to twist a little. We have to include GPS. The purpose of GPS, this is for your parents, no? Nga ang imong parents makabalo og asa. Let's say for example, i-surprise mo visit sa inyong parents o asa dapit ng boarding house, so dili kinahanglan nga dili kinahanglan nga mangutana sa asa dapit ang exact nga location. So gamit ra sila ni system, malocate asa dapit niya ang boarding house nga asa mo naka board. Okay? So I will share my suggestion for the statement of the problem. Learn basic. Teka lang ha. Share. Learn basic. Okay. So could you see my document? This is my proposed statement of the problem. No, so for your proposed title, mo ni siya. And the first problem, what are the problems encountered by the boarding house owner in terms of management? Second, payment. And third is security. So second problem, what are the factors considered by the boarders in choosing boarding houses? Okay. Third is, ano siya ang end user requirements in the development of the system to fit to the needs of the end user. So in terms of hardware and software. And the third, or number 4, this is number 4. Correction na lang natin niya ha. This is number 4. And then that is 4.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5. Ana. So problem number 4, what is the level of software quality, internal and external factor using the ISO IEC 9126, no? We are going to anchor our study with the ISO. And if you are using mobile app or a combination of mobile application and web-based, pwede natin siya gamitan of waterfall model or mobile development theory. No? So this is only my suggestion for the statement of the problem. So out of this statement of the problem, mo na siya mo answer or mo address sa inyong gikinahanglan or to address the significance of the study. No? So maybe naa pa ang ubang mga panel members could add or modify this statement of the problem. So I would end my presentation here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sir Jess, no, for that comment sa statement of the problem. Hopefully, nakuha ra sa group. So let us now hear from the comment. Let us hear the comment of Sir Romnick.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to the group. Okay, so as I read your rationale and conceptual framework, so murag nalilibog ako. With your rationale, so you states here that the capstone project entitled Boarding House near Norso BSC is a system intended to be used in managing boarding houses. Okay, so this is a system, okay, managing boarding house managing system, which is sa inyong kuan conceptual framework is lahi ang kuan process. Okay, so wala siya na kuan, wala siya na inline sa inyong conceptual framework. So if you're going to focus on this conceptual framework in which register ninyo ang kuan, ang inyong ang mga boarding houses, and then sa katong gi-suggest ni Sir Sumadja, in which boarding house indicator about boarding house locator and student monitoring system using GPS, murag mo fit ni siya sa inyong conceptual framework for the information of the boarding house within the NURSU or near NURSU. Okay? So inyo na lang nang mag-add lang mo diri sa features unya sa kuan sa asan sa location sa inyong boarding house. So usually naa naman po ni siya sa information sa boarding house o sa dapit. Okay? So nanan siya diri. Okay? Then mas okay ko aning suggestion ni Sir Sumadja nga gamon ninyo og boarding house locator and student monitoring system using GPS. This is very useful, especially for those new students studying here in NURSU. So wala pa kayo sila idea in which asa sila mo board. So with this particular system or application, they can locate the boarding houses, specific boarding houses that they want based on the information that you have gathered from the different boarding houses here near NURSU. Okay. So with that, I would also add sa kuan kaning security or security of the students for monitoring. So sakto tong ingon ni Sir Jess nga the GPS is intended for the parents, for them to know kung asa dapit inyong boarding house and for them to monitor. Okay? Kung asa mo dapit nag-board. Okay? And it is also important if ang usa ka boarding house is napod siya, like for example, mura siya og kanang mo naa ka sa boarding house, the parents will the system will notify to the parents na yung anak na nasa boarding house. Okay? To let the parents know nga okay, ako ang bata na diri sa yung boarding house, wala na galaag-laag. Okay? So yung anak siya, mas tsada siya napod siya yung anak para ang atong student is ma-monitor sa to ang parents. Okay, then the significance is also part sa ato ang significance of the study, part sa ato ang significance is also the parents. Okay, this is also useful for the parents to monitor their students. Okay, and with regards to the feature of the system or application, so you need to gather the data which is coming from the parents, from the students, and from the landlord of the boarding house or the owner of the boarding house. Okay, sila man tuluan niya ang gamit. Okay, so it depends to them kung unsa nga mga features ang ilang ganahan nga ipabutang sa application, okay, para ma-satisfy sila. Okay, it's because we are making the system just to make them satisfy. Okay, and also we need to ensure that our system is updatable, okay, or can be maintained. Okay, it's because with this part we can continue use this system or application in a long run. Okay, dili lang kay after the or for the compliance purposes, okay, magamataan din pagkahuman wala na biyaan nato. No, so we need to update the system or application so that the system is still functional. Okay, since kabalo ko nga this system or application is very useful for the student and also for the parents. Okay, so I think mora to akong mga add-ons, and I would like you to yatag tamo sa uban ng mga panelists for their comments and suggestions also with your proposal. Okay, so thank you so much and good afternoon once again.
Yes, thank you, Sir Nick, no? And going back to sa comments ni Sir Jess and connecting with the comment of Sir Romnick, yeah, it would be nice kay because it's locator man, no? Locator man ang yung trying to achieve in your proposal. So, well taken, no? Klaro tong mga comments nila. So, let us now hear the comment of Sir, dito ta ka Sir Jan, kay nag-message Sir Al. So Sir Jan.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon. Sir, just can we show it again, sir, katong sa statement of the problem nimo, sir? So I think no, I don't know lang ha. Okay bang tanan nga ato ra ning ikuan i-follow ning proposed statement of the problem ni Sir Jess so that we could identify the respondents, no? Kay kung
Yes, sir.
sa ato na siya i-carry, no? Kanina. So this would be the final statement of the problem. Now, so for the researchers, no? So to answer question number 1, so what are the problems encountered by the boarding house owners in terms of, so kini siya boarding house owners man eh. So I think ang yung respondents ani would be the boarding house owners, no? Now the question is how many? No? So it should be that you have to identify the number of boarding houses, no? Kay kung pila na boarding houses ana, then that's the number of owner. Pero ang problema ron is ga-function pa ba ang boarding houses nato as of this time? Kay mostly ang mga boarding houses nato ron is wala naman siya ga-function na may uban nga wala na boarding houses diha pero wala naga-function. Correct ba ko sa ang ubang kuan?
Yes, that's a good observation, sir, no? So how do we go with that?
Oh, kay kaning question number 1, maglisod man gud tag kuanan eh. Tubag ani nga pangutana. Kay karon wala na as to the management, the payment. Kay murag wala naman dili naman functional ang atong mga boarding houses karon.
Sir, there are some, sir, nga kuan, sir, naarag na po students because of the 4th year students nga undergo sila ron og kuan kaning murag practicum nila. So diri sa akong boarding house nga gikuanan, boardingan na ay mga students ko diri sa board atong mga 4th year. Kay naman sila ikuan, undergo man sila og practicum nila. So naara gyud, pero I think murag dili gud tanan boarding house na ay kuan.
Well, anyway, katong Well, anyway, katong wala naga-function kun kani temporary ra man kun and we have past experience po sa handling boarding house po. So maybe comment na sila with regards sa survey, no? Okay,
Okay, so
sir.
therefore we will still include the kuan katong tanan na lang nga boarding houses or
pwede lang.
Tanan
Tanan
lang tanan
wala
nga boarding
po
houses.
Ila pa nang i-conduct siguro.
Gani no? So they have to kuan pa identify first kay base on daghan ra pud kayo or kung gamay lang then they have to include all the kuan boarding house owners, no? So that would be for number 1, and then for the number 2, what are the factors considered by the boarders in choosing the boarding houses? Now, kaning number 2, what are the factors considered by the boarders? So meaning to say, nag-board na ni sila. Naka-try na ni sila board, no? Or wala pa? Manug-board pa lang?
Manug-board good ni sir.
Pwede dagway sa sir katong board pa o katong borders na gyud.
What are the factors considered by the boarders? Okay, so pwede siya nga manug-board and then katong naka-board na. Now, ang respondents nila ani, how are they going to identify unsa man ang respondents nila ani? Students, no? And then what particular students man siya? Unsa man ang sampling, purposive lang ni siya? Wala ko idea sa inyo ha.
I think students of Norsula regardless of year level, no?
Then how many numbers na to is, sir?
Pwede lang ko answer Moses, quota sampling like 100.
Gani. 100 sir, okay. Sige sir. So 100 ang yung respondents sa So take note, anyong respondents are the boarding house owners and then ang
Pwede ra
students.
pong 50 ra para di ra kay daghan okay ra nagputa.
Sige 50. So take note researchers so 50 kabuok ang students niyang i-kuan na ning cater. And to answer for number 4 no, kuan ni siya. Kato ni siyang same as with the other group. Katong level of software is you're going to use the weighted mean. And then you have to identify the level no. Kay naman to siya level is either katong kuan unsan ang ginagamit nila ni Sir Just no. Naman dagay mo kuan ani. Ana naman dagay question ani Sir Just no for question number 4. No, kay murag standard na mo guni siya nga
Sir,
question siguro.
nanatay na develop na questionnaire ani sir.
Sige, very good. So more na ipagamit nila and then weighted mean ana. Okay, so I think that's it no. So we'll just be using this statement of the problem. So dili na to tong inyo ha kay katong as what I have read sa inyo ha, especially in the data gathering past tense na siya murag na human inyong study ba na past tense na mga gingamit ito nga mga terms. So wala ra tong past tense kay proposal pa mi siya wala pa mo nag-conduct sa inyong study. Okay. So again, ako rin ibalik review. You have to your respondents will be boarding house owners and then 50 students. Okay. Sige, sir. So, mora to, sir.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Sir Moses, no. So these are the comments no from the panel members. Sir Al, you may like to add? Okay na.
I have no more additional comments sir katong ilahang gipang raise nga observations valid to and then katong mga suggestions helpful to in improving the quality of the proposal. Okay na to sir. Thank you.
Okay. Sige, thank you sir. Thank you. So that's for the group no. Yeah, there's a lot of things pang panon undergo to it's a sort of revision no. So we cannot say nga accepted na siya kay daghan po ayo to. Marag totally revamp to siya. But the idea is still there na gidugangan lang. So hope you do the suggestions then present to us your revisions of na-carry out bang comments. Okay, sir, your po.
Okay, so thank you everyone for your efforts for today's proposal hearing. Sir Al, the original schedule for tomorrow is 9 AM. Okay ra kag 8:30 mag-start sir kay tulo maguni ka groups ning wala naka kuan ron nga adlaw bason mahuman panitanan ugma.
Okay ra sir.
Sige. So we'll start tomorrow at 8:30 AM then automatically sir koy katong wala naka-defend ron sir sila mo'y una og mas buntag sir. Mausab na kuan to. Mairog ra to 8:30 sir.
8:30 sige sir.
Same link ra gyapon. Sige.
Sige. Well anyway, ugma I will just try to moderate lang no katong layo dili na necessary ato na lang ipa-proceed sa mga
basig nanay dili necessary sir nga part sa presentation ato na lang ipari mo bigkato ra importante nga part para mas madali ta.
Sige sir, sige sir. Thank you.
Sige, thank you everyone.